my favorite things to do with a client is get on a discovery call with them and then have them describe a pain point. And I've worked with artists like Mary J. Blige, the Notorious B.I.G., Aretha Franklin, Sting, Jennifer Lopez, Destiny's Child, and many more. One of the more keep on, keep on,
What's up, everybody? How's everybody doing tonight? What's that copyrighted music y'all talking about? Alright, I got you. good too, man. We'll give it the slam or the jam.
Keep on, keep on, burning down, burning. Keep on, keep burning. Can't seem to get away. Keep on, keep burning. Applewood Smoke Jam is
the
here.
official
2
music.
for $7.
Downy April Fresh gives you a whole week of freshness with just one wash.
Burning down, burning.
Bound for hyperspace is now approaching the platform. Step back and
Yeah, that's pretty nice, but guess what? They're gonna cut my YouTube channel off. That had a nice little flow to it, but y'all know how YouTube is. You can only play certain music, and if you play it, you can only play it like 10-15 seconds. I might have to, I'm gonna go ahead and subscribe to old boy. Where's he from? Korea? What kind of shit? What kind of chicken scratch is that? Chinese? Lil Lawrence, Me Too, back Me Too, Clemson Me Too, Me Too. Lawrence, where are you from, man? Can you hear me better? Come on, give me a thumbs up, y'all. Oh, he is from Korea? Can I get some thumbs up, y'all? I gave myself the first thumbs up. Let me give myself some love. Self-love is the best love. Thank you, thank you. Man, I wish my speakers on my microphone work. Oh, shit. Don't even fucking start it. Sit your ass down.
take a quick tour of some features the Gravity Kafka Gateway provides. To select the Kafka Gateway, let's quickly create a new currency API that will. We specify the location. Very importantly, we can now configure the gateway to the upstream event broker. In this case, I will use SSL plain with a plain username and password. Then we define the host, that is, where the Gravity Gateway is running. Then I can optionally define a plan. Think of a plan as the contract between the client and the
It's just different.
I'll get it together one day. Right. Yesterday, I was doing multiple cameras from Restream, and I was trying to live stream to 2 different channels, and I think that's the reason why it was going super slow. So now I'm just live streaming to 1 channel. Now I'm gonna pull up a couple of extra cameras and see if it lags. Can y'all hear me? Gotta shorten my wire. What's up, Pat Romer and that boy? How do you get customers? And which way? Which way you talking about? For my voice agent?
Zapier has changed my entire life. I literally owe everything that I have right now to Zapier. You take out Zapier, all of my dreams and my whole life disappears.
What's up, Pat Roma? What you talking about? I'm getting ready to bring in another camera. If it starts going slow, then I'm gonna hop off Restream and log in direct from YouTube. Everybody hit the like button. Yo, AI has increased my productivity probably 100 times. I built like 5 different apps in the last 4 days.
My 8th string, a whole step down, and then drop tune that 8th string. So,
you know, but the real deal is this: they up there starving. They don't have no grass in their yard. I know y'all can't see it out there, but if you got about this much money, we can get it on. And what I'm gonna give you, gonna be to whip it up, and from 36 get you 55 and come on up in this rap game. So man, get your mind on it, man. Let's do this.
No wonder my shit's going slow. My bad, y'all. I noticed that volume was real loud.
Ay, ay, ay.
Nice try, but remember, O for out.
Oh, why my hotspot keep dropping?
Oh.
The attention span of students can be really short, and that provides a challenge to keep the entire class engaged.
Schools came to us with this challenge.
Ay, ay, ay. All right. That's not going to work.
I've worked with artists like Mary J. Blige, the Notorious B.I.G., Aretha Franklin, Sting, Jennifer Lopez,
What I've learned is to always keep going. Always. And I've come to find out is that, no matter what happens, the storm eventually ends. And when the storm does end, you want to make sure that you're ready. And so I've really learned to put one foot in front of the other, good, bad, and different, because eventually that storm passes.
What's up, Kyle Cat? How you doing
At Farm Bureau
tonight?
Health Plans, we are your neighbors, your friends, and partners in health.
Back focus. Back focus.
treats your dry skin, I'm craving the ceramides in CeraVe. CeraVe, with 3 essential ceramides, helps restore my skin barrier so I can lock in moisture for up to 48 hours. CeraVe.
I'm getting ready to put the links to my communities in the description, just in case somebody wanted to learn how to build AI apps or learn my productivity system, learn how I can
It's just different.
Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, you're right. You should. Self-love is good. You know. Maybe you should try loving yourself a little more. Mystic. How's it going? Got missing on you yesterday. How you been doing? We are the new media. I can't tell you when the last time I watched like real TV. This is my TV. I was enjoying our talk we was having last night, Missy. Check out the link that I have in the description for the No Time to Waste, community group. It's a new group I just started. Matter of fact, this is it right here. It's for getting shit done. You know, like there's things you want to do. It could be a long-term goal, short-term goal. You know, it's like sometimes we get stuck going around in circles, not really knowing where we're going and what we want to do. So it's a way to kind of set your eyes on a new path. Like I used to be a real bad procrastinator, and when I learned the chemical processes that go on inside the body that cause things like procrastination and low motivation, when I learned the chemical processes that affect it, then I started studying more and learning how to use it to my advantage. And I don't procrastinate nowhere near as much as I used to. You know, it's all just really a mental, it's a mental program that you have to break. And you know, like even scrolling online, you know, that's an addiction, and it leads to brain rot. Um, but I found a way to trick my brain into getting a dopamine hit from doing what I'm doing now instead of scrolling through the internet, not being productive. Well, hey, if you good, I'm good. I must have mistook our conversation. I feel you on that. I like working with my hands too. I don't know. I'm like evenly left brained and right brained because I like the creative and I like the technical and the scientific. And you know, I'm an artist. I love to draw. I love to build. Appreciate it. What kind of stuff do you like making? What kind of work do you do? What's your page? Missed it. Reptiles. You know what? I've had reptiles all my life, and I guess about 5 or 6 years ago, when I kind of went on my my nomadic gypsy lifestyle, I couldn't, I was never in a place where I could be like a responsible pet owner. So I never got any more reptiles. I just got a dog, which is, my dog's like my best friend, my little kid, my little boy. He's over there sleeping. He's a big baby. How many reptiles do you have, Mystic? Oh, Mystic, it's funny you mention that, because I used to build animal enclosures. And I've got a design for, it's a modular enclosures for reptiles. Basically, you can build them as big as you want to. You know, one of the problems that people have that have exotic pets, especially the large ones, is finding nice large enclosures. So I've got a design for some modular enclosures that come in panels, and you can build like if you wanted to build a 6 foot by 6 foot enclosure, you could build one just by ordering the panels. Oh wow! Do you raise your own rats? It's a lot of money in that, man. A lot of money in pets. It's big business in it. Yeah, I had got tired of buying so many rats from my monitor lizard. I said, fuck it, I might as well start raising them. And it's not hard at all. It's just, oh god, the fucking smell. That ammonia smell from mice is fucking, ugh. Bro, you got like a whole pet shop. Like you have enough, like you could literally start an online store selling pet supplies and shit. I used to sell my dubia roaches on Amazon. like 15 dubias, like 10 females and five males, I would sell for like $35. That's like $2 a roach. Do you so do you freeze your rats and hamsters? Because that's one thing I had started doing. Instead of letting them get big, I'd freeze them while they were still babies. I feel you on that, mister. That's one reason why I'm transitioning back into strictly online work. When I first started in business back in 2004, it was online. This was back when eBay was big. I was an eBay power seller. Did great for a number of years until 2009 when the big recession hit. And that's when I got into construction and plumbing. And, I stayed so busy in that line of work, it was hard for me to get back to the online. Now, about 2.5 years ago, I started focusing on AI, and I'm getting back to the online work because my body just can't take that physical labor anymore. I'm trying to think 10 years in the future. I'm 48 now, and I'm not trying to, still be crawling under people's house and on their roof 10 years from now. So it's time to make a switch. Well, good luck on the pet shop, man. I encourage you. There's no time to waste. Don't say you're going to do it tomorrow. Don't say you're going to do it tomorrow. Get out a piece of paper, a notebook, and write it down. That's like the first step. That's the first step in taking something from your mind and bringing it into the physical reality. Writing it down. Write it down. Put it somewhere where you're always going to see it. Leave it open so your eyes can always see it. That's why I've got this board right here. It's a visual of everything I need to do. Well, let me know if I could offer any assistance. Get your website set up. I'll do your website for free, man. Do your website for free. Check out this website right here I just built last night. This one right here. sell AI voice agents without building AI. Launch an AI services business using our production-ready voice agent platform. No coding, no infrastructure, no technical experience required. Apply for early access. Yeah. Been working on it all day, fine tuning. I'm almost finished. It's like 98%. There's 3 pages to it. This is the thank you page, and this is the information form that they fill out. Now I'm working on a automation workflow where when they send in the application, that triggers a whole workflow of emails being sent, text messages, links to other offers. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yo, you know what? You know what's crazy? I can only imagine that you used to play with a lot of reptiles when you were a kid. But when I look at all the stuff that I do right now as a grown-up, it's like I'm reliving my childhood. Like, I like to build shit when I was a kid. I was always catching reptiles, snakes and shit. And I was always on the computer, always making shit, tinkering, taking apart my toys, rebuilding shit. I was real heavy into electronics and inventing things. I love inventing products. And now I look at everything that I do now, it's just like the grown-up version of what I used to do as a kid. And getting starting a pet shop, that's just like one of the best businesses that you can run is if you're doing something that you enjoy. Because then it's not a job. You're getting paid to do something that you enjoy to do. We got to unlearn what we've been taught for so long. People think you got to slave and work so hard to make money and to make a living. No, it doesn't have to be that way. There is a such thing as work smarter and not harder. The hardest worker isn't necessarily going to be the highest paid motherfucker. And that's something to look forward to, as we get older, is designing the life that we want. Why not? We're here on this earth. Why not try to design the life that you want? Nobody's going to give it to you. You might kind of stumble across it, but then that's luck. But when you when you have a desire in your head and you set your mind to it, if you stay focused on that, you're gonna get it. Yeah, reliving my childhood, man. But you know, I grew up in the '80s in New York, in the middle of the crack epidemic. Like, it was fucking terrible, bro. Like, my childhood was not anything to be. It was rough. Because I had two parents that were still out on the road. But you know what? All of that shit just made me a strong motherfucker. I don't regret anything that I've gone through in life. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Alrighty. Alrighty, yes sir. I smoked. About to get a session going here in a second. About to get a session going. Maybe whenever you come back, could have a little smoke session. Yo, you got catfish? Bruh. I used to have a greenhouse. Matter of fact, I still got the greenhouse. But it was an aquaponics greenhouse. And I had bass, brim, and catfish in the big IBC containers. Big 40-foot greenhouse. I bet. Yo, man, where you live? What part of the world are you in? What you doing, Bootsy? What you doing, Boot? What you doing, Booty? What you scoot doing? Yeah, that big old head. That big old head. That big old baby. Big old baby. What? Oregon. Great. Company Cobb Stuffers. Like 3,500 miles away. You got all the good shit out there, man. Hey, at least Trump lowered the drug schedule. Most of the good weed that we get out here, it comes from the West Coast. By the time it gets out here, that shit fucking dry. And most of it don't have no name with it. You just smoking. It's like mystery weed. Yeah, I'm in North Carolina. We did have that. Well, we got that shit, the THCA. You know, it's supposed to be regular weed, but I mean, I don't know. It'll get you high, but something about it just don't stay on you long. Gonna be a slim one tonight, buddy. Boy, yeah, for some bud. God damn. You must have had a whole motherfucking mountain. Oh my god. Fucking Caesars down. Man, listen. I'll let you in on a secret. I did some time too. Yep. 6 years for something I didn't even get caught with. You know, what they call conspiracy. C-O-N-spiracy. 28 grams. I didn't even get caught with it. Somebody else did. And they told them. They said, yep, it was his shit. I was 18. And these motherfuckers that got caught, they were in their 30s. And I went to federal prison. I can't believe, man, 4 years. I was locked up with a dude that had 10 years for selling weed. I was like, God damn, shorty. Oh, that was his name. Shorty had to be the chillest motherfucker I knew. He looked like he was still high. but it had eyes like Garfield, half closed all the time. Yeah, it's fucked up, man. You know, at 18, I wasn't even, fully developed. Like, I wasn't even a man. I basically grew up, behind bars. But one thing I did, I made a positive out of a negative, because being in federal prison, I wasn't locked, like in a state prison, you're locked up with people from the same state pretty much. But in the feds, you're locked up with people from all over the world. And it's a different level of criminals. There was a lot of businessmen in there, a lot of, money embezzlers, politicians, mafia, terrorists, street level thugs, the whole gamut. So I had a choice on how I spent my time. And, I told myself, they say the recidivism rate is 85%. And they would tell me, yeah, you're going to be back. And I told them no. I said, somebody has to be a part of that 15%. So I made it a point to hang around the right people. I had a business mentor in there. This guy, he was a multi-millionaire. And I learned so much from this dude. Damn right. Some people don't learn, Some people, I guess they like it. That, the slap on the wrist. Well, it wasn't really a slap on the wrist to me, I'm 18, I get 6 years. That's a fucking third of my fucking life. You know what I'm saying? So, I just made sure that I did the right thing with my time. And a year and a half after I got out, I started my own business. And been doing it ever since. So. I wonder if this is against the YouTube terms of service. They get so picky. They ain't as picky as TikTok. TikTok will ban your account just for farting. Motherfuckers are strict. Oh shit. That's funny. Man. Yeah, it'd be some truth to shit, you know, that the old timers would say. Hard head make a soft ass. Bootsy. Damn, that's funny music. Now I just caught on to what your name means, Mystic Mountain Morph. I don't know why that shit just clicked like 24 hours later, but I guess slow is better than not at all. Man, this is it right here. I don't celebrate Christmas. My eyes were opened a long time ago. I refuse. I might go hang out with one of my lady friends. But that's about it. Nah. Hey, you know what I was always thinking about getting, and I might still get one. A Sonoran desert toad. You got to connect on them. Want to lick the frog. Yeah. The Sonoran desert toad. They call it another name. What's the other name they call it? I forget the other name. My bad. Yeah, Sonoran desert toad. I'm trying to remember the other name for it. It's the frog. It's the toad that makes its own DMT, 5-MeO DMT. The Colorado river toad. Not the horned lizard. Look up Colorado river toad. Here's the picture right here. Yo, bro, do you know that these frogs produce DMT? Not just DMT, but the best of the best DMT. Oh my God. There's this reptile supplier out west, Midwest. They're pretty reputable. I know you've heard of them, but I had priced them and they were only like $60. But they secrete out of their glands the DMT that, you know, the God molecule. Hypnotoad, yeah. You ever heard the term kiss the frog or lick the toad? Have you ever had a psychedelic trip? Well, that's the toad they were talking about. But you technically don't lick the frog. I forgot how you have to. I think you gotta like get the toad angry or something, or distressed or something. You gotta get them to admit, you know, secrete that shit. Not Family Guy. Hell, I grew up watching Bart Simpson, the precursor to Family Guy. Well, I've had a few good trips. I've only had one bad trip, but one of the best trips that I had was on DMT. It wasn't the 5-MeO DMT that comes from this toad. It's another type of DMT that you make from a seed. There's a seed called Yopo, Y-O-P-O. You can buy them online for free. I mean, not for free, but you can buy them online legally. You've got to crush them, and then you got to cut it with either lime or crushed seashells. And it's like a 2-to-3 ratio, 2-to-5 ratio, something like that. And then you have to fucking sniff like 3 grams of that shit. That's the hardest thing. Trying to sniff 3 grams of that shit. Yo, man, I was thinking about growing some mushrooms. It's pretty easy from what I hear. Need to get me some good spores. I like microdosing on them. About to put one in the air. Missed it. Bro, you won't believe me, but just know I have no reason to lie. I've been smoking weed since I was 4 years old. No breaks. Hell yeah. Matter of fact, I want a breeding pair. I'll get back into reptiles. I still got all my equipment, heat lamps, lights, and heat pads and shit. Let me find a picture of my my monitor that I used to have. Monitor. Yo, if I had me a breeding pair of those frogs, I'd be the #1 DMT pusher. Ow. Check it out. This was when he was like, he was probably 4 feet in this picture. 4.5 feet. Poor little toad. This is Kenya taking a bath. Maybe you can tell me what she had something on her skin. It was like it would blister. I could never figure out what the fuck it was. Do you know? Back in my young buck days. Yeah, you're right. This had to be the calmest Nile monitor lizard you'll ever see. The calmest. Have you ever seen anybody hold a Nile monitor like that? That size. You gotta know how to move around them. Like, don't put your hand in front of their face making fast movements. My ex's daughter sat there and did her finger like that in Kenya's face. I don't know why she did that shit, but she got bit real quick. They are. I was surprised at how well mannered she was. Well, he. Like I said, when I first got it, I thought it was a she, so I named her Kenya. And then, you know, after about probably a year, I saw his dick come out. I said, "Oh shit." He eventually got so big. I had his he had his whole room to himself. check this out. He's about to get this rat. You little greedy motherfucker. When I first got him, he was about 12 inches when I first got him. Excuse me. But this thing literally grew more than an inch every week. Every week I would measure him, and he was like at least an inch he would grow. But sometimes it was like an inch and a half per week. I was like, God damn. That's a good idea. Have like a I don't know, like a traveling pet farm or something. You could do things at school. And you're right. Behavior, body language, and you got to know the animal. You know, it's like when you know you're dealing with a poisonous snake, you know how to handle that poisonous snake. You know, if it's a non-venomous, you know how to handle it. But I used to, excuse me. I used to take this thing with me everywhere. That's a good idea, Mystic. Sometimes I would feed my lizard eggs. Would you hand feed one? Man, I think my ex killed it, man. The one that's feeding it right now, I went on a camping trip for a week, and I came back. It lived maybe a couple days after when I got back. I feel like she did something to it because we were, you know, we was on the verge of breaking up. Matter of fact, that's like when I started this channel, like the first video on this channel. I was going through some shit, man. I was like, man, fuck, trying to be that family man. You know, she had 2 kids. I took care of her and her 2 kids, put her through nursing school. And as soon as she got her degree, she told me her feelings changed. I said, oh yeah? Oh really? Okay. Ain't nothing to talk about. I ain't about to try to convince nobody. Just bring back memories. Look how little he was. Yo, I tried raising crickets. Crickets is hard to raise. And they stink. I like dubias because they don't stink. That's like, man, dubias are the shit. What you talking about, Mystic? There was 5. What's that a reference to? Told you I'd be getting shit slow a lot. I think it's some good money in making custom large enclosures. Oh, yeah, it was up to 5 in here. Breaking records, man. Breaking records. Yeah, my ex, she's the one that had that damn bearded dragon. She only got it because I had Kenya. And then, you know, a person who ain't a reptile person and they just out of the blue just get one, you know, this shit's gonna, you know, wear off. Next thing you know, she trying to sell the motherfucker. She said it was boring because it didn't ever do anything. All it would do is just sit in its enclosure and just sit there under the light like this. That's all that motherfucker did. Only time he would move was when he was about to eat. Oh man, guess what? I caught a brown snake. I found it in a water meter box. Well, I took it home. I knew it was pregnant because it had a lump in its stomach. So took it home, she had babies like a couple weeks later. Gave birth to 16 little bitty babies. They were so freaking cute. They were so small. I couldn't even find like bugs small enough to feed them. So I had to take worms and take a knife and like slices of a worm and take a toothpick and feed them all little 16 babies. And I had to like feed them one at a time to make sure that I fed them all. But I think this is the mother right here. I had two of them. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, reptiles don't give a fuck. They really don't give a fuck. Look at that other one right there in the back. Oh, and the crazy thing about it, when the snake had the babies, I put the motherfuckers on Craigslist and sold them all. $10 a piece. Yeah, they can be pretty though. They have some of the most beautiful colors. What the fuck this was? Yeah. Yo, this dude right here had jumped on my truck, and I went going down the road. I get to the stoplight, that motherfucker still on the damn front of the car looking at me. I took a picture of him. I've never dealt with the gecko. Ooh, I like these mud puppies. What they call them, hellbenders or something like that. Mud puppy, and what else do they call these things? Ain't it a hellbender? Oh, really? Nah, I can't. Listen, my father is absolutely terrified of snakes. And Pops is not having it. I would love to. Yeah, they're pretty rare too. Like, when I was a kid, I used to like go in the woods. If it lived in the fucking area, I was gonna catch it. That was my motto. Like, I would go to the library and read the animal books and you know, they would always give like a map and would show the areas where they live. So if there was something that was exotic that lived in my area, oh, I was trying to get it. And I used to look for these. And I used to, you know what? I swear I almost caught one. That motherfucker got away. The water was too muddy, but I almost had that motherfucker. I'm almost certain it was one. Oh yeah. Does it look anything like what is it, with the red-eyed lizard, red-eyed dragon lizard or some shit like that? Oh, you're talking about a caiman, the alligator. Yeah, those are nice, but those things are fucking, they'll bite your ass. But have you seen the I think it's called a red-eyed lizard. It looks like some shit off of a Pokemon card. Yeah, I like him. Yeah, they look like you're talking about the caimans that look like little alligators, right? Yup. Yo, when I first took my monitor to the vet, they were acting like they were gonna try to confiscate it. Told me it was illegal. First off, the woman misidentified it. She called it one of those Tongu shit. I said, it's not a fucking Tongu. Yeah, the little dragon with the red eyes. But this is what you're talking about. What's going on, Max? Boosie. Quit all of that shit. I used to have a Savannah monitor. Those are pretty cool. They don't look as nice as the Nile, but they're a lot calmer. A lot calmer. That is some true words, YDO. YD Ozark. That's what you call thinking before you react. I guess that makes me a good spiritual warrior. Thank you for the words of wisdom. Appreciate the words of wisdom. What's Gorebox? Never heard of it. Hey, what did you say that other lizard was? Snail eating lizard. Red-eyed dragon. Yeah, there you go. Now, if that don't look like something off of Pokemon, red-eyed crocodile. You know, nature is just so fucking beautiful. Damn. Damn. Was that not it? Did I not pull it up? It's not this, is it? Man, I'm not getting no Pac-Man frog. Hell no, that thing look creepy. I ain't even gonna lie. I like reptiles, but something about that frog. I don't know the personality of the frogs. All I can see is that motherfucker just grab a hold of my hand, and then I'm just gonna have to. Oh, that's it right there. I've never heard of this. I've never seen it. I've always thought of the caiman like the little alligator. Is it a skink? Is it like a skink? Yeah, the head looks like a dinosaur right here. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Max. Yo, my buddy, he got a couple pugs. All they do is just run around the house snorting. Poor little dog. Yo, the colors on this, look at that. That's beautiful. That would make a nice screensaver. Yeah, they are pretty nice, man. I don't know what it was that used to always fascinate me about the monitor lizards. I guess probably from like reading about like the Komodo dragon lizard. And I used to like the Komodo dragon. And I always liked things that were, I guess, a little on the dangerous side. That is beautiful, man. Let's see what's up with the Charlie Kirk shit. listening to music and work, and I ain't been keeping up. Who you think killed Charlie Kirk, man? Yeah, that was like a fucking freak accident. How Steve Irwin got killed, but I've seen how they use their bars, and imagine that going through somebody's chest. Yeah, that's gonna fucking. I saw a video of a guy that had stepped on one, and that motherfucker sent that spine up through his damn calf. Oh, ooh. Yeah, you know, I was talking about Charlie Kirk. I said, who do you think killed him? I'm brain jumping. Yeah, you're right. It's like he could communicate with him. And you know what? And I believe he could. When one spends that much time around animals, they learn the mannerisms, the things that normal people don't pick up on. You know, like how a dog picks up on things that we would never think that they pick up on. You know, like me and my dog, we communicate telepathically. Like, I know what that nigga thinking, he know what I'm thinking. You know, he'll come look at me and I know what the look means, and if he sees a certain look on my face, he knows what that look means. I can just turn around and look at him, and he know what I'm looking at him for.
Stop me if you've heard this before, but this is not going to be a long show. Not going to be a long show, guys. Welcome in. Real Bear Podcast. Baron Coleman, your host. Like, subscribe, click notifications, all that stuff. All right, I got the technical details out of the way. If I hired a consultant, they would say, "You've done your job. You've done everything we asked you to do." Unfortunately, I don't have a consultant. It's just me and a computer and a microphone and a camera. But we're working on it. We're working on it, trying to get this a little more professionalized, but you never know. It may just end up being me forever. But I had to go tonight for a couple reasons. One is it is the Christmas week, and the schedule will be a little altered. For example, normally I have a Wednesday show or a Thursday show. This week there'll be neither. There'll be Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. So we're not going to do that.
Welcome back,
I will
Matt.
be back Friday. I think I can commit to Friday. So I'll go tonight. I think it's a great show lined up for tonight. And then we'll do a break on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Let you celebrate the Christmas holiday with your family. And then we will be back in this seat Friday night. So I think you're going to like what we have.
You're right,
Kind of
man.
shocked me. I wasn't going to do a show today. I was going to try to
Like,
kick it to tomorrow.
this shit's got me, it's got
The
me
more I looked
pissed
at
the
this
fuck
issue, I
off.
thought, no, I want
Like,
to talk about this. Like, I really want to get into it. So I'm going to jump right into it. The opening really has two parts. And so
it just exposes our
bear
government.
with me as we get to the meat,
So,
but I got to get some housekeeping duties out of the way here. Here's the opening statement.
nah, Mac,
I
I don't know
firmly
about the
and
great meme
wholeheartedly
reset.
reject the notion that every hypothesis and every inquiry pursued during an investigation must be 100% accurate and irrefutably backed by solid evidence before being discussed. Can you imagine, for example, a detective movie or a true crime story without some twists and turns as the early evidence that once seemed to point to a certain direction is contradicted by later evidence that turns the investigation on its head? These developments are not rare. They happen. They happen frequently. And we are permitted to discuss them as they happen. Investigations are just that. They're investigatory by nature. They consist of puzzle pieces of evidence that must be sifted through to determine which pieces go where and which pieces aren't part of the puzzle at all. The task becomes all the more difficult during large investigations that involve many different actors at the scene of the crime, and even more lurking in the shadows in the events leading up to the moment the crime was committed. Think of 9/11. Think of the hundreds or thousands of different characters who played parts knowingly or unknowingly in the months and years before that fateful Tuesday morning in 2001. Consider the Charlie Kirk investigation. There were an estimated 2,000 to 3,000 people present when he was taken down. There were hundreds more lurking in the shadows of his personal and professional life. At the moment the loud bang was heard roaring across the UVU courtyard, every single one of them, present and not present, were in the pool of possible accomplices or suspects. Over time, that field of potential
I
prospects
disagree.
narrows. At first, it narrows considerably.
I definitely don't
Nearly everyone there was ruled out in hours, if
pick
not
a
minutes.
side on
Most of the spectators
politics.
meandered off on their own. They simply walked or drove away. Upwards of 95% or more of the
I
people
like
could be
to
ruled out, and they were never again
be
contacted by anyone.
somewhat
They
aware
select a few characters from different
of
pools
what's
of context.
going on,
I'll divide them into three pools. First,
and try to sift
there were
through the
perhaps a couple
lies.
dozen
You
from
know,
the
a
scene of the
lot of
crime, mostly
deception.
employees and contractors of Charlie Kirk. There was a second pool of maybe a dozen or two more behind the scenes, mostly TPUSA employees or contractors. There were a few tangential figures like donors and TPUSA affiliated individuals who were neither employees nor contractors.
Bullshit.
Then there's the third pool, the problematic third pool. It's this third pool that has caused most of the heartburn. The third pool likely is a small number of total people, but the problem is that people tend to come and go from this pool. Sure, Tyler Robinson is in this pool, but what about his furry roommate? What about their friends? Are there any military people in this third pool? What about intelligence operators, elected officials, friends, and family? The reality is, at this point, we don't know. And because we don't know, we sometimes have to speculate out loud in order to...
Alright, what the hell did I just do? Yeah, I think they got the wrong guy who they're saying did it. The shit's not adding up. And then, you know, you got the Epstein files and shit. You know, it's just lie after lie after lie. And then they want you to come vote. Why? So they can go molest some more kids and go kill some more podcasters. That is a good way to look at it. Mystic. I like your frame of mind. Let's see if I can unfuck what I just fucked. Okay.
Get clarity on exactly who does or does not belong in this third pool of potential suspects. It was in trying to nail down potential members of this third pool, this unknown pool of individuals, that I began speculating about the involvement of a particular flight that took place on August 25th, a little over 2 weeks before the event at Utah Valley University. The flight was a multi-leg U.S. military flight from Joint Base Andrews to Colorado Springs and then on to Las Vegas later that day. It was given the call sign SAM 000, a rarely used call sign reserved for people as high-ranking as the President and Vice President of the United States, though it's occasionally used for cabinet-level officials and military officials ranked as high as the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Whoever was on that plane truly was a VIP, a very important person.
Prop firms like FTMO, Topstep, and Apex are designed to be challenging. That's how they stay in business.
In addition to the SAM 000 designation, I was provided screenshots from an emailer that showed city streets closed down near the airport when the plane landed. The screenshots didn't reveal whether they were closed down because of the official arriving on the SAM 000 flight, but if the vice president or president were traveling by car from the airport, it would not be unusual to have the streets closed down for the occasion. I scoured the schedules of both the president and the vice president and was able to determine President Trump was present and accounted for on camera several times during the day of the flight and the following day. But I could not find any video or mention of Vice President Vance being present after the flight left Joint Base Andrews on August 25th, headed to Colorado Springs. So I stated as much on the show. I said I didn't know for certain who was on that plane, but unless and until someone could show me evidence of Vice President Vance being on camera somewhere else while that plane was in the air,
I agree with that. That's more my position. It's like I'm putting the pieces of the puzzle
I was contacted
together,
by someone who was in the room with Vice President Vance on the
and it's all starting to make sense. It's
They
like
were in the Oval Office.
being aware
Video that I am 100%
of what you're
certain came
dealing
from
with.
that
It's
day.
like dealing with a
As a
snake,
result, I'm now
a
confident. I'm
poisonous snake.
100% confident that Vice President Vance was not on that flight. Do I regret speculating aloud on this program whether he was on the flight? No, I don't. Because that's how an investigation unfolds. I couldn't possibly contact everyone in Washington asking who might have been in the room with the Vice President that day. I looked through news reports, I looked through YouTube videos trying to find proof that he was not on that flight. I looked through what I could find of his itinerary. I asked Grok, I asked Claude, and I asked ChatGPT, and I came up short on all of them. So I speculated aloud. It eventually made its way to the right person who provided what I asked for, definitive proof it wasn't Vice President Vance. The question remains who was on that flight from Joint Base Andrews to Colorado Springs. I still think it's relevant, and I still don't know who it was. I just know it wasn't the Vice President. It may turn out that the flight's not relevant at all, but that doesn't stop me from asking the question. A large part of investigating is recognizing patterns and deviations from patterns. It's why some people are good at it and others, sadly, are not. And it's this pattern recognition that leads me to my first story tonight. On yesterday's show, I had some fun at the end of with some images of Butch Hibbs from before and after Charlie Kirk was taken from this life. Butch Hibbs, if you will recall, is the brother of Pastor Jack Hibbs. He is an influential pastor in the Calvary Chapel denomination. Butch looked different. I mean, his beard looked different. His hair looked different. Even the curve of his hat was substantially different from before and after the event. And so we asked, partly in jest, but really because we wanted to know, is this even the same Butch Hibbs? That led to something I was not expecting. An astute emailer, and I don't know if this emailer wants to be known or not, so I will not.
That's exactly my position.
What I thought was in his right
They're gonna do what they're gonna do.
Butch Hibbs' right breast.
Nothing I can do that's gonna stop them.
I hadn't noticed anything, so
I just need to be aware, so I know how to
Wilson,
move.
and sure enough, you can see
I know what
something in his
decisions to make.
right pocket. But I couldn't tell what it was. I didn't have a nice clean angle. Looked kind of like a rectangle or a square, maybe with rounded edges. So I went and found the full frontal picture from Facebook. I'll show you all these in a minute. And I could see the object pretty clearly. It was a mostly square-looking object with rounded corners. I had no reference for how large or small it was. I could just see that it was there. So I went to a video from after the event, the Life is Driving video, Adam Bartholomew's video. It's been a great reference. Even though Adam came on the program and we disagreed, it's been a good reference, and I appreciate him leaving it up so we can use it. And lo and behold, the object in Adam Bartholomew's video is not in Butch Hibbs' front right pocket, at least not as far as I can tell.
Excuse me, what is the most amount of money you make?
I've done $27 million in the last 4 years.
And what do you do?
I sell digital.
That's why yesterday we noticed we couldn't even determine the pocket at all on that side because it wasn't three-dimensional. It was three-dimensional ahead of time because it had that object in it. Afterwards, it would lay flat across his chest and you couldn't even see it. So I looked up what kind of shirt it was. It turns out it's a Wrangler fishing shirt. I'm pretty sure it's a Wrangler fishing shirt. And I found one online. I thought about ordering it, but ultimately, why do I need a Wrangler fishing shirt? So I didn't order it. I've got 8 kids. I'm not wealthy enough to drop $50 on a Wrangler fishing shirt if I don't need it. But I saw they had Wrangler shirts at Walmart, so I packed up the truck, grabbed a tape measure, and headed to the local Walmart. I wanted to see how big that object is. To my dismay, they did not have that exact shirt, but what they did have were other shirts that had similar patterns. And all of the Wrangler shirts with similar type check patterns, all had approximately 1-inch stripes on them. That'll become important in a minute. I'll show you these pictures. I want to get through the opening. The stripes were all basically 1 inch on each side. So I came home again and looked closely at the object in his pocket. And the object appeared, if my estimates of the measurement were correct, to be just under 2 inches, maybe 1 3/4 inches, maybe 1 4/5 but both tall and wide. It appeared to be sticking off his chest, but less than 1 inch, maybe 1/2 or 3/4 of an inch. And again, this is just estimating based on a few pics. So I went to the internet and I looked up the dimensions of the Rode Wireless Go 2 microphone. That's the microphone Charlie Kirk was mic'd up with shortly before taking the stage. I mean, seconds before taking the stage. And you'll never in a million years guess what those dimensions are. They're basically identical to what I estimate is in Butch's pocket. I'll show you that in just a second, but that's not even the best part. I'll get to the best part in a minute, but let me get to the dimensions here. Maybe you aren't going to be as easily as amazed as I am, but I'm pretty weirded out by this whole thing. I'm going to be honest with you. This is pretty wild. All right, let me pull up image number 1 here. We'll get to this image number 1. Here we go. This is image number 1 that I looked at. This is a Charles McClintock Wilson image. You can see this is what I'm talking about right here. This image right here, you can't clearly see what it is in this image because he's kind of at an angle. We'll fix that in just a second. But let me back up, click out of this one, go to the next one. This one gives you a little better idea what it is, but it's still not great. I know I'm getting dizzy zooming in and out. There we go. You can kind of see it has a definite bottom there. You can see the line on the bottom and the sides. This isn't where it's really great. I'm going to pull up the Facebook page from the Butch Hibbs Facebook event, and you can see it plain as day. This is when I was like, oh, that's what it is.
Yeah. You know.
See that? That right there. Let me get on there. Where is it? Oh, there. Ooh. Sorry,
I think a lot of people have priorities.
This right here, this is the one side. It goes right here. It's just short of this real fine white line. And then it goes over to this other line. So it's just short of 2 inches wide. It goes from just above this dark line to right almost exactly at that white line there. So it's just about
they're too distracted
tall. You guys can't see it.
by
all right, here's what I'm going to do.
All of the media.
I'm going to take this. I'm going to do a screen grab of it, and I'm going to blow
all the propaganda, advertisements, movies,
how it would not come
reality TV, you know, all of this stuff people are being bombarded with on a daily basis, all day.
Now, you'll see it plain as day with what I'm about to show you here. Boom. You see that? Oh, I made it small.
I decided
make it small. Oh gosh.
a long time ago
How did I make it small? It was big
to take control over my program.
You see that? That is 2 inches high and low.
I choose
by 2 inches right and left, and it's just short of 2 inches. I'm telling you.
Very
These
strictly.
checks are 1 inch by 1 inch squares based on the rank.
I'm very strict about what I listen to, what I watch.
So this is rounded corners.
What I surround myself
sticks off
with,
of his
you
chest
know,
about, I don't know, a half to
the
3/4
energy
of an inch.
that I'm around. You
And it's
know,
got these rounded
I
corners.
monitor that shit
I'm just making sure everyone can see
with precision.
So each one of these little squares
Like
is just
body
about
hacking.
an inch based on the local Wrangler shirts. And if I have to, I will go and order. I'll go and order one of these shirts. I don't want to do that if I don't have to. But I can. Okay. So now you guys have seen it.
It's like
I'm going to leave that pulled up.
there's a mass grab for the consciousness of people.
What I mean when I
their
say
attention.
it has
You know, it's an attention grab. Whoever can get, because once they have that attention, then they can control it. That's why you have all this group think. Masses of people that think one thing.
And one day I'm going to figure it out.
You know, that's what they call an egregore.
What if I told you the next high-quality cinematic video tours you can create for your
It's an
listing
entity
are
in
inside
itself.
the static photos
Those
that
things
you
are
already took.
powerful.
Today I'm going to show you some AI tools that you can use to take still photos, create excellent quality video tours, and dynamic motion content for your social media channels.
Man, you cool dude, man. Listen.
Welcome to another episode of
Frequencies and
AI. My name is
vibrations.
Philip King. I am a realtor with Compass here in the San Francisco Bay Area.
When they vibrate at a certain rate,
photographer and filmmaker. And so one of the things
distance
that I kind of
becomes a non-factor.
is there's so much talk about AI
and
there's so many areas that we could go. But what I'm going to do for a little while is concentrate.
Rode microphone. These are the dimensions of the Rode microphone. It is 46.4
it's like
meters high.
we
receiver,
attract
meaning this is the piece that's
like
underneath your
energy.
shirt. 46.4 millimeters high, 44 millimeters wide. So you can tell that is almost a square. Not quite a square, but almost a square. If you convert 46 to inches, it's 1.8 inches tall and just short of 1.8 inches wide. So that is the dimension. And if you look here at an image, you can see how the corners are kind of rounded. You see that? Those corners are kind of rounded. So it's almost exactly square with rounded edges. It sticks off about 18 millimeters or so. So a little under half an inch, maybe a half an inch, maybe 3/4 of an inch. I don't know what that is, what that comes out to. Here, let me do a little math. 18 mm to inches. It's going to be 0.7, right? So 0.7 inches off the shirt or off the chest. Almost 2 inches wide, almost 2 inches high. So let's go back and look now that you've gotten the dimensions. Let's go back and look at it. And I'll tell you why this is important in a second. Go back and look at the Butch Hid's image here and tell me this doesn't look identical.
Yeah, you're gonna attract.
Well, hold on.
What you
That's
put
not
off.
what I wanted. I wanted this one. This one right here. Tell me that doesn't look the same. I know it looks the same because it is the same. I know it doesn't look the same. I know it does look the same because it is the same. Trust me, if I have to order the shirt, I will. But that is roughly the exact dimensions of the microphone. That's roughly the exact dimensions of the microphone. So, why is this important? How did he even get up with this? This is the important part of this. How would a guy like Butch Hibbs even come in
What's
contact with this
going
microphone?
on, Sayori?
Now, again, Why would the microphone matter? If you didn't watch yesterday's program, you need to go back and watch it. If you didn't watch yesterday's program, you need to go back and watch it. Now, I will show you now an image of Butch Hibbs after the big shebang. You'll notice no pocket square. It's not in there. That's where it would be, right there. It's not there. That's why yesterday we didn't even think he had a pocket because it's not in there. No one buy me a Wrangler shirt for Christmas. I saw that comment. I don't need it. I don't need it. So I had to ask, how would, okay, my mind was blown at this point. I spent all day thinking about, like, how on earth would Butch Hibbs even come into contact with it? Would he even have been near where Charlie Kirk was mic'd up? Because if you remember, all of the images of Charlie Kirk getting mic'd up were on the left-hand side of the tent, and Butch Hibbs, all the images of him standing there on the right-hand side of the tent.
All right, bro.
And so, when would the exchange have been made? And so I dig and dig, and I find this image from just before
I'm probably about to
Charlie Kirk comes out.
Do the same thing.
And I know Charlie Kirk is here.
What time is it?
Because Butch Hibbs is photographed with him.
Yeah.
This is Butch Hibbs
about 30 more minutes.
without his hat. Standing right there.
But you have a good
right next
night.
to Brian Harpole, right next to Terrell Farnsworth, and right next to the guy who mic'd him up, Philip
Take
Goldsberry
good
Jr.
care of them animals.
Now you'll notice
That
after
time.
this, when Charlie Kirk's talking, Butch Hibbs goes to this side over here. He's standing right over here on this side behind the tent. But beforehand, he's over here next to all the sound guys, next to the microphone people. So at least we put him now on that side of the tent. So how did, this assumes that yesterday's episode has some merit to it, that the microphone did have some sort of either explosive device or had some sort of, whatever. And for those of you saying Altoid tins, did he throw it away in the 20 minutes between the time we were pictured with him, before and after? Stop with the Altoid stuff. He didn't throw it away. That's ludicrous. That's absolutely ludicrous. And I'm not saying he 100% did all this. I'm saying, wow, this needs to be considered. Wow, this needs to be talked about. Wow, you've got a guy here who has looks like the exact same microphone that might have exploded, and it happens to be in his pocket. And this is not a regular. So stop with the Altoids. Stop with the Zens. Stop with all the garbage. Unless he threw them away. Unless he gets to the arena and goes, you know what? I've always hated Altoids. You know what? The more I think about it, I should quit nicotine. Blah.
We're building some really exciting things, but our Scribe, we are so proud of it. It's the very best of AI tech, mixed with a really intuitive design and world-class security.
Is Heidi ISO certified?
Yeah, we're ISO certified, so patient privacy is absolutely sorted.
Whether you're a GP, pediatrics, psych, or anything else, Heidi Scribe helps you get more out of your day.
Sure, but
No, it doesn't make sense. You have to explain why he shows up with it and why he doesn't have it when he's standing behind the guy telling the story about whether or not he got shot in the neck. That's what you have to explain that. So stop with it looks like Altoids. Okay, he just decided in the 20 minutes that all of a sudden he likes bad breath. He didn't like bad breath, now he loves bad breath. Earbuds. Yeah, he threw his earbuds out in the middle of the show. He got tired of the earbuds. Come on, guys, stop trolling. This is what happens when you kind of get over the target. So, again, no one can say definitively, conclusively, that Butch Hibbs absolutely 100% showed up with a sabotaged microphone. But I want to walk through a few things here. I want to walk through something. One thing I want to walk through is a video Blake Bednar's put up, and I'm going to play his version because he slows down Frank Turek's voice at a certain point, and it sounds like Frank Turek is a demon, and I kind of love it. Sorry, that's where we are now. But he explains how Butch Hibbs even got here, how Butch Hibbs even arrived in this entourage. And I want to show you this because it's going to provide background for the next set of facts I'm going to show you. And those blew my mind. I sat here, I pushed back from the table, I put my hands on my head, and I thought, oh no, you are out of your mind. You are kidding me. So let me play this first, and then I'll get to the you're out of your mind fact.
There's a whole bunch of TV USA leaders there. Want to pose for pictures. Charlie graciously poses for pictures. You pose for a picture with me, and we'll show this picture here. This is me, Charlie, and in the middle is Butch Hibbs. That's the brother of Jack Hibbs, Pastor Jack Hibbs.
And he came to the event, wanted to meet his boss, so we took a picture.
I'm sorry, that's hilarious how he slowed him down there, presumably for emphasis, but he sounds like Lucifer himself. He wanted to meet us both, so we took a picture. Can I turn it up? I don't think I can turn it up. It's up as loud as it'll go on my end.
This picture was taken maybe 20 minutes before the assassin struck.
Now, here's what I want to play about this video. About 10 minutes after the assassination, Butch Hibbs, this guy right here, presumably that's the same Butch Hibbs, now without microphone in his pocket, walks up behind Adam from Life is Driving. Walks up behind Adam from Life is Driving. Hang on, someone's asking me to put it on slow mode because of the trolls, so give me just a second. Let me do that. This is what you guys do to me in the middle of the show. Making me go to slow mode. I'll put a 20-second timer on you guys. You guys keep it up, it's going to get worse. I kid. All right. So now you, let me drop this back over here. Okay. So now you're going to have Butch Hibbs come behind, and Butch Hibbs is the first person to make the connection. Blake pointed this out weeks ago, maybe months ago. Butch Hibbs, this guy right here in the flannel, who appears to be saying, keeping to himself, is the first person to make the connection between the shooter, the alleged shooter, and the question itself. So I want you to listen to this here. He rolls this pretty quick. That's Butch walking there. He walks behind here. Now this is, I think, minutes and seconds after the
Somebody
shot.
got a picture of the guy that got arrested. That's the guy they cut. Apparently, I don't know. So I was up there on the balcony. I saw a guy down there. They chopped the call off. There was a guy down here getting video. There was people up there videoing down that definitely must have got a wide out angle. Did you hear that he got hit? Sure. My son here told me that
hit the neck of the chest.
Yeah,
I've heard mostly the neck, but I've heard chest a couple times.
I want to pause right there because Butch's question reveals quite a bit about his motivation. He said, "Did you hear he got hit for sure?" You've seen the video. Is there any question whatsoever that Butch Hibbs knew that Charlie Kirk got hit? Butch Hibbs was 2 feet to the right of the tent. I'll pull this back up and show you where he was standing. He was standing right here. This is where he was standing. Butch Hibbs, he saw it. He saw everything happen. He saw the commotion all come over there, and he saw them carrying him off in a bloody heap. So the fact that he's up there, he's like, oh, did they find out if he got hit at all for sure? Did they know that? This is not good faith questioning. And yes, somebody pointed out, this is the same Butch Hibbs who was talking to the bush where I believe people were flying drones at him. But I don't want to get into the drone discussion. People get all bent out of shape about the drone discussion. So I left that largely alone to other people. But I can't think of any other reason somebody would be standing in a bush except to have shade so they could see their drone screen without drawing attention to the fact that they got a giant drone screen. That's the only reason I can figure out somebody would be standing in that bush. But I don't know that there were drones. I'm not getting into that conversation. So that was kind of the giveaway that Bush is not asking these questions. Butch is not asking these questions in good faith. So let's listen to what he says here.
one of the officers. Okay, he said he got kicked on.
Tired of presenting to tuned out rooms? The latest research says you've got 47 seconds before your audience gets distracted.
I just pray it's in his shoulder. Yeah. Jeez. I told him like to set up because the second speaker was the one talking about guns. And the next thing you know, yeah, that must be. You know what I mean? Yeah, that does sound fishy.
Yeah, it does sound fishy. It sounds even fishier that he was the first person on Earth that pointed it out. This was hours ahead of other people on Twitter talking about, hey, that he was the first.
Yeah, that does sound fishy.
Yeah, it does sound fishy. It sounds even.
Like to set up because the second speaker was the one talking about guns. And the next thing you know, yeah, that must be. You know what I mean? Yeah, that does sound fishy.
Yeah, it does sound fishy. It sounds even fishier that he was the first person on Earth that pointed it out. This was hours ahead of other people on Twitter talking about, hey, wait a minute. They were talking about guns. They were talking about trans violence, gun shooting. Now, so we've got that out of the way. So we have a picture of Butch before, carrying in his pocket something with the precise dimensions of a Rode Go Wireless 2, Rode Wireless Go 2 microphone. It's sitting off his chest the right amount. It's the right amount wide. It's the right amount tall. We have him wandering around, talking suspiciously afterwards, saying, did you hear if he got shot? That's weird. It was talking about guns, you know. Well, that's weird. And then we have a picture a few minutes later, and it appears there's no microphone in his shirt anymore. There's no box in his shirt, whatever it was. And again, same guy who was talking to a butcher. So I was sitting here to my wife. We were doing this live today. She was in here. I was getting ready for the show. Wasn't sure if I was even going to do a show yet. And I said, you know, based on what I talked about yesterday with the accurate energetic systems, I bet if that payload was an explosive and Butch ended up with it, I bet Butch was there to receive it. And she was like, what do you mean? I was like, well, think about it. I bet you in Nashville, I know Butch lives in Heber City. I know that from his Facebook post. I said, wouldn't it be weird if there was a plane into Nashville from Heber City on the day the Accurate Energetic Systems contract was delivered? So let's review that real fast, just for those of you who don't know what we're talking about. This is wild, guys. This is freaking wild, what I'm about to show you. So this is the list of awards to Accurate Energetic Systems. This is a high explosive manufacturer in McEwen, Tennessee. It's outside of Nashville, an hour, give or take, west of Nashville. These are a list of their contracts. You can come over here and see the amounts. Some of them they get pretty small as far as defense contracts go, but some of them are pretty healthy. You see a brief description here, different types of charges, different types of kits, yada, yada, yada. The one we're looking at is this $400 and something thousand short-term contract. It's this one right here. So I will pull that up and show you the details of this, because I think this is pretty fun, pretty fancy. As you know, Brian Harpole told us via the Sean Ryan show that he started planning in earnest the Charlie Kirk event on August 24th. That was a Sunday. I suggested perhaps he meant August 25th, because who starts working on Sunday? Demons, I guess. No, I'm just kidding. Well, maybe. So he starts talking. He's saying, well, we started in earnest on August 25th. That Sam 000 flight, for example, was August 25th. And so I told my wife, I said, I wonder if Butch came to Nashville, like if he ended up with the microphone, did he come to Nashville and pick up the payload? Like, where would we even begin to find that? So I was like, well, let me look up all the flights that came into Nashville that day. Actually, I started the day before. Maybe it was done on August 24th. So I go to Flight Radar. I look up all the flights on August 24th. I see nothing. I look up all the flights on August 25th, and I'm looking at a little private airport, not B&A, not the big airport, but John Toon. This is where the rich people fly out of. Let me see here. I don't want to run it away here. All right. So this is John Toon Airport, right here. I go to the earlier flights. Oh, hush. Hold on. I messed it up. There we go. I go to flight history. I go back to August 25 because this is how I did it. And I think it's just, you got to start an investigation somewhere. Let me just see if there's a Heber City, Utah flight into Nashville because that sounds pretty rare. Check that out. Do you see that? Oh, I've lost it again. You can't blow it up because of the program. Oh, great. Trust me, it was there. I'll redo it here. Oh, gosh, I made it entirely too large. There we go. This is August 25th. This is a Heber City flight landing. Right there. It's Heber City. That's a private jet. It's got the call sign and all that. I looked up the ownership of the flight. It's out of it's a private company out of Wilmington, Delaware. But that's it. It's a Heber City flight into Nashville, Tennessee. I'm going to stop trying to blow it up. I didn't realize this was so...
Struggling to trade? We trade for you and get you a popcorn payout in under 30 days. And you don't pay us for anything until you get paid. Mike trusted us, and after 6 failed challenges on his phone, he got a $14,247 payout with us. No upfront fees. Emma joined after struggling with 3 failed 50K accounts. Now she's making consistent 3 to 5K payouts every month. And Adil, he was tired.
Finicky. Yeah, it's as big as you're going to get it. I keep trying to blow it up and it just doesn't work. But that's it right there. Heber City comes in on August 25th. This is the day the explosive is ready to go, according to the contract. This is the day it has to be delivered. Now, you would think that's weird enough. So I said, okay, let me see if I can find his flight back. So I go to all the departures. I'm going to pull this down because I don't need to show you. It's hard to prove a negative. I start losing faith in my theory because I can't find a flight back to Heber City. I'm like, the guy flew in. In my working theory here, you pick up the package, you jump back on a flight, and you go right back home. Man, I looked through all the flights that day. I looked through all the flights the next day, the next day, the next day. I go to B&A, the big airport. Maybe he drove across town and flew out on a commercial jet. Did I find anything? And then it dawns on me. Do you know why I can't find a flight back to Heber City out of Nashville that day or the next day or the next day? A, because Heber City gets almost no traffic. Tiny little dinky airport. But if I'm right, and he's picking up a payload, an explosive payload, it is illegal at that point, and it's very dangerous to get on a flight with it. You've got pressure situations. You've got all kinds of electric things. It is illegal. There are federal laws that say you can't get on a commercial jet with an explosive, and you can't get on a private jet with an explosive. Yeah. I mean, guys, this is wild. And I'm thinking, okay. I'm not saying Butch Hibbs is the mastermind behind this, and he was the guy who orchestrated. No, I'm not saying that at all. But I'm saying he showed up to the event with something that looked like a microphone in his pocket. He goes over to the side where they're miking up Charlie next to the sound guys. That's not where he stood to watch. He just goes there and does whatever. Then he goes to the other side of the tent and he watches. And if you watch the video of Charlie and the Big Bang, is what I'm going to call it from now on, because I don't believe there was a gunshot anymore. You watch Charlie and the Big Bang, and he's on the other side, but he doesn't move. The moment of the Big Bang, he just bang. He doesn't even flinch. He just looks. And the guy next to him kind of changes his direction a little bit. Then he hangs around afterwards and he starts planting the idea of the gunshot related to the gun question. In other words, guys, it wasn't an exploded mic. It clearly was a gunshot. They were asking a gun question. Come on, draw the connection. I skipped the point where he was talking to a bush ahead of time. And then after that, after he plants the seed, then he's wandering around listening to other people, and you can see his pocket, and there's no microphone, or there's no 2x2-inch box or less. And now I go to the flight, and I find where this accurate energetic systems, which may have nothing to do with this, I'm just, again, investigating, speculating. They have to deliver this by August 25th. I would think you would deliver it, to a commercial location, and a guy happens to be flying in from Heber City, a tiny little dinky town where Butch Hibbs happens to live that day. And you can go looking at Nashville flights. Heber City is not a common arrival. It's not like we're getting Heber Cities 5 times a day here. I'm just telling you, I look at this and I think, yeah, it's possible that this is all just some weird coincidence. It's possible Charlie Kirk absolutely got shot in the neck. It's possible that a gay lover of a transferee climbed up on a roof and on a moment's notice, less than a week's planning, or right out of a week's planning, and he climbs up there and he happens to lay down at exactly the right moment. Nobody happens to see him. He had no idea if the roof was going to be covered. He had no idea if he was going to be able to get a good shot off. He had no idea if someone was going to shoot at him. Somebody was going to arrest him. Somebody was going to foil the plot. He had no idea. He just wandered up there on the off chance that he might be able to pull this off. The crime of the century. And he took a single shot with a 30-06. And at first everybody said that Charlie had Superman trampoline neck. But it turns out 3 months later they changed the story to frangible round because it's obvious nobody can get a 30-06 to stop inside a neck. And people keep trying and it keeps not happening. It's possible all that is true. It's also possible that this Heber City flight has some relevance. It's possible. It's possible that the guy who shows up for the first time ever at a Charlie Kirk event because he just wants to meet him, and he shows up with something that looks exactly like the microphone in his shirt, happens to be from the city, who had someone fly in on a private jet the day the payload was built. The alleged payload. I don't even know what Accurate Energetic Systems was making. And then it's possible that this plant, a month or so after Charlie Kirk dies, just happens to be wiped off the earth. An explosion happens and kills everybody inside. 16 people die instantly. That's possible. It's all possible.
Brace yourself, because this is going to be an asterisk excursion into the mind of a somewhat reluctant digital deity. Right then, buckle up, Buttercup.
But I think if you're investigating this, if you're truly investigating this, all of this becomes a relevant inquiry. All of this becomes something worth looking at. Who was on that flight? The feds could find out. They could subpoena that flight in no time. They could get the manifest. If it's Butch Hibbs or someone he knows, there better be a damn good explanation what they're doing in Nashville. It's possible that they were vacationing. They like to boot, scoot, and boogie. Well, where's your return flight? There's no flight back to Heber City. That's possible. But how did you get home? Did you drive? Did you rent a car? I mean, this is enough to me that you go to a judge, you say, we really need to ask around about this. Like, it looks like there could have been a possibility that a bomb went off or a small charge went off in Charlie's shirt. So we would like to subpoena a plant that happened to blow up off the face of the earth a month later and just see what contract were they delivering. It was a federal government contract. What contract was it? Ask the federal government. They'll give it to you. They should. Maybe you could FOIA it if it doesn't have national security implications. Maybe they'll just tell you what it is. Maybe they'll tell you the place of delivery, the point of delivery, the time of delivery. It may not be this flight at all. It may not be the Heber City flight on the day that it said it was going to be delivered. Maybe they delivered early. I don't know. I'm just telling you, it's a very suspicious set of circumstances to me. A very suspicious set of circumstances to me. I found something else that I think further supports. This is going to be, I think further supports the idea that, let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, here it is. That something may have blown up. Do you guys remember there was this theory that circulated, that's still going around, I still see it sometimes, that he was actually shot from behind. He was not shot from the front. This is with the gunshot theory. And the people who subscribe to the gunshot from behind theory noticed something falling out of the top of the tent right after, like half a second or so after the big bang. And they thought, well, that's awfully suspicious. That looks like a shell casing. You know, like you fire a pistol and the shell casing shoots out of the slide of the gun and it falls to the ground. Not like a revolver, it just kind of spins in the cylinder. But on an actual pistol, the shell casing oftentimes is ejected, sometimes very violently, up in the air to the side. I want to show this. I think I can mute it. Yeah, let me mute. Well, I don't want to mute it because the sound's kind of important. But I'm going to pull Charlie's head down so you don't see it. It's not important you see him. But I want you to look. They'll stop this a couple times. I want you to look up here and watch a piece of something fall down. What it looks like to me, in light of everything we've learned now, is fragmented ABS plastic. Did you see it? I'll play it again for those that missed it. It falls down from right here. I'll play it one more time.
Gang violence. Gang violence.
And so what you have is, imagine I'm right. Imagine John Bray is right. Imagine so many others are right. And something did actually provide some sort of explosive underneath his shirt. What you would have is stuff falling. Fragmented ABS plastic falling. The Rode microphone housing is just plastic. And you would have that plastic falling to the ground. It would go out and come down. We talked yesterday about how that would provide a convenient excuse to need to pave over the place because each of those plastics would now have explosive residue on it. You could walk a bomb dog out there and he'd go crazy. Well, I think that's evidence. In my opinion, that did not look like a shell casing coming down. That looked like a piece of plastic coming down, which makes sense to me if his microphone did, in fact, give some kind of charge, either a directed charge or explode, period, in the story. So again, I go back to the same thing I did on the electrocution theory, which I'm a big fan of, by the way. I'm not married to it, though. I could be convinced there was no electrical charge whatsoever. I'm not sure I could be convinced there's no explosive charge whatsoever. I am more married to the explosive element, either an explosive charge out of his necklace or an explosive charge out of the microphone. I'm much more. And unfortunately, I can't show you in great detail because YouTube is going crazy tagging these videos and pulling them down or banning content or demonetizing or shadow ban. Really, when they demonetize, what they're doing is they're shadow banning you. Because if they can't monetize the content, you guys get annoyed by the commercials. That's the only way people will see it. If I don't monetize it, if I click don't monetize this, it doesn't go out. Because they're not going to make money off of it, so why do they care if people watch it?
Do you innovate? Do you create?
Because you may qualify for retroactive R&D tax credits. Hi, hello. I'm Marty Taxwell. R&D credit? Believe it. And my 5-volume series can help you unlock your hidden tax credit potential.
Trust me, it's not like trillions of dollars. I mean, it's not going out on NBC News at the Super Bowl. I'm not making, $100,000 or whatever. But that's why the commercials have to run. But if I show the image of the shirt blasting and everything coming up, then they freak out. They send me an email. They start yelling at me. I have to say, it's scientific pursuit. And then I'm up all night. I don't have time tonight. I got to work tomorrow. If this was Friday night, maybe I'd stay up and fight it. I'd show it to you. But that I think is evidence, additional evidence that something was taking place. Now, I want to show you, let's see here. Let me pull this down. Let me pull that down. Let me pull that down. I'm leaving that up and that up because you guys might argue with me in the comments. So I'm going to leave those up. I'll pull down all this accurate energetic stuff. And I want to pull up a video and I got to pull up a setup from Candace on this video, if I can find it. This is why I have 4 screens in here, and frankly, it's not enough. Frankly, it's not enough. Okay, this is a timing thing. I don't know why I hadn't thought of this before. Candace Owens got in touch with somebody who took a first-person video at the scene of the crime. She reviewed the metadata. She's going to talk about it here in a clip I'm going to play here in just a second. She reviewed the metadata, and she determined when exactly that video was taken. It's an important video because it's the video, the only video, of the alleged shooter lying prone on the Losi Center looking forward. So I'll play that now, and you guys can take a look at what she has to say, and I'll show you why it's important, because I'm going to put the timing together and show you what was happening on stage at the precise moment the shooter allegedly got in position. Again, if no one at the stage was aware the alleged shooter was going to be there making a loud bang, then their behavior wouldn't change at all. Let me take her off and explain that one more time, why I'm showing you this. Now we have an exact moment. Candace has given us an exact second of where the alleged shooter got onto the roof, came in, got in position, and laid prone allegedly to take the fatal shot. Because we now have that precise second, we can go back and look at the theatrics on the stage and say, did anybody do anything different at that moment? I will suggest to you, yes, they did. And you're going to be surprised by it. Well, maybe not. Not if you've been following the last few episodes. But I will play this and let Candace do the talking. I don't want to just steal her material.
Took the shot, and I said, well, you must have been there, because he then sends me I wanted to see all of the metadata of when he took that footage, and the metadata begins at 12:22 and goes into 12:23, the very minute that Charlie gets shot. And he says, yeah, I saw the shot. I had just stopped recording about 20 seconds before the shot rang out. And he said that he told them a description of what the shooter looked like, and it was not the description that the entire world received less than 24 hours later of this person, Tyler Robinson, wearing jeans. I said, was he wearing jeans? He said, no. Actually, this person was dressed in tactical gear, and he was wearing a face mask.
Okay. I played that part just to remind everybody how crooked this whole case is. But I want you to think about that timing. Go back and listen to the timing in your head. I'll walk you back through it, but I wanted to let her say it first. The metadata suggested that the recording started at 12:22. Charlie Kirk, the big bang happened at 12:23:30-ish, give or take. So if it started at 12:22, the very earliest the recording could have started was 1 minute and 30 seconds before the big bang. And it bled into the 12:23 minute, according to the metadata. And he said he stopped recording 15 or 20 seconds before the big bang, which means the end of the video could have been as late as 12:23 and 15 seconds, maybe even 10 seconds. So that's what we have to work with. Now, I want to line that timeline up with what was going on the stage at that moment. Oh, that's loud. Sorry, guys. I want to line it up so you guys can see the theatrics unfold with a new set of eyes. Because everybody who suggests that none of these people were involved, as new evidence continues to come out, it looks more and more likely that people were in fact involved. I can't say that definitively. I don't know. But it starts to look that way. So in this video, the shot takes place at, let me look here. Shot takes place at 10:15. 10:15. So we'll go back to 9 because that's the very earliest. 8:45. That's the very earliest the guy could have started recording, because she said it started at the 12:22 mark, and it went as late as the 12:23:10, 12:23:15 mark. So this is the very earliest it could have happened. And what you have here is you have Brian Harpole in this front position in front of Frank Turek. He's looking down at the first few rows, and I have, if you wonder why he's looking there, I have this I couldn't play if you guys don't buy my theory here, of where he talks about his area of responsibility, seeing less is more. I could go back and play all that if you need me to, but I'm hoping you guys just trust me. He's looking down here at the front few rows because that's where he says he looks. He says it's actually a waste of time to look up in the way. So that's the beginning of the moment. Now, this video goes. We continue to roll. We roll. Here we have the feedback, yada, yada, all that good stuff. Now we're getting to 1 minute precisely before the Big Bang. We still have Brian Harpole here in front. We've got Frank Turek, for some reason, standing like that.
I'm David Lichtenstein. I founded Lightstone in 1986.
We roll forward a little more. Now, I think we're about to where, give or take, the shooter gets into position. Here's why I say that. Let me turn the volume off. Here's why I say that. If you listen to what Candace said in that clip, and I could go back and play it again, but I don't think I have to. If you listen to what she said in the clip, here's what she said. I started recording. He ran from one side of the roof to the other, and he'd been there about 20 seconds or so before I started recording. I started recording, and then I stopped recording about 15 or 20 seconds before the bang, which means he was only in position about 40 seconds. He only got on the roof in about 40 seconds before. So what we have is a timeline. This is 48 seconds before the bang that's on your screen right here. This would be very consistent with where the shooter is getting into position. I want you to watch Brian Harpole here. I want you to watch him carefully. He's the guy on the left in the blue shirt, kind of 3/4 sleeves. He's got a watch on, gray hair, sunglasses. I want you to watch what he does here. He's looking down. He's fiddling in his pocket doing something. I paused the camera here. We're now 80 seconds or how many seconds are we before the bang? 50 seconds before the bang. 50 seconds or so before the bang. Now watch where he looks here. He just takes a glance up into the distance. I don't know if you can see that because he's kind of hidden behind here. I actually used this right here as a marker to see where he was looking. He just looks up there for 2 or 3 seconds, and then he starts glancing around. Now watch where he goes. So this would be the shooter making his way onto the roof, or the alleged shooter making his way onto the roof, according to the timeline given to us by Candace's contact. This would be the alleged shooter making his way onto the roof. Can I block him out? No. Now watch what happens here. Brian took that glance up there. He's looking around. Now he slowly looks up again. And he slowly starts making his way back out of this position, because now he knows we're getting ready for go time, assuming this theory is correct. Now he walks out of position. I will suggest this right here, that walk, could have been some sort of a sign, and here's why I say that. If you go back and watch the whole 10 minutes and 15 seconds of that appearance, Brian Harpole always is in front of Frank Turek. That's his zone of responsibility. That's why I have that Sean Ryan show clip pulled up. They are positioned in particular places for a particular reason. Every single person, Brian Harpole tells us, this is his team keeping on. Every single person is given a specific zone for a specific reason. Within that zone, he says you see less, because if you look up and away and you try to look out into the distance, you see nothing. You see the mountain, but you don't see the details. If you look close to you, if you go person by person close to you, you're able to start seeing things. He just left his post. I could go back and play that Sean Ryan show interview. Let me show you. I will. I think it's important at this point to do it. I wasn't going to do it, but I'm getting to the point where I think it's important. He's talking about the zones of responsibility.
So those areas of responsibility overlap. They don't go 200 meters out, because there's a saying that in these guys, I always talk to them about it. We train to it. Is you have your area of responsibility, but if you're looking out all over this, you're not going to see anything. You got to look at less so you can see more.
So if you're looking out, you're not seeing anything. You got to look at less to see more. And I've got him on video, and I don't know if you could see it particularly well right there, but I've got him on video seeing more. Like seeing less, I guess. He's looking way out at the horizon, because I can use his glasses. His glasses relative to the speaker are lower than the speaker at all time. The angle is down below the speaker. He's looking in that front row. At the time Candace's witness tells us the shooter's getting in position, those glasses come up higher than the speaker angle. For the first time in 10 minutes, he's looking out at the distance. When he does so, he looks back down, sort of looks around at his feet, and slowly makes his way back behind Frank Turek. Not his area of responsibility. If you go back and listen to the Sean Ryan show, I'm not going to do it, but you go back and listen, and he talks about each of them have zones. They each get their own little zone. And the only way you would abandon your zone, somebody else would have to come and fill your zone. He says, I'm not going to fill that guy over there. I'll move to the next person's zone. I'll play it. I'll play it just because you guys deserve this level of critique here. You guys deserve this level of responsibility right now, which we'll put one up. I mean, you have this entire venue broken into zones. Areas of responsibility. Scanning. Different people scanning. Every zone's covered from scanning. Not only do you not just have scanning, you also have actual plainclothes security professionals within the crowd. We're all dressed like just wearing regular clothes. We're not wearing suits. And yeah, I guess I meant detached from the detail. Nobody really knows that they're in the security. I mean, they look it. They're not. Yeah. You know, they all have the look, right? Mm-hmm. But they're not college kids. Yeah. They're all tasked with an active responsibility for that area of responsibility, and they're all tasked with an area of responsibility, meaning you're standing in a particular spot, you're looking at a particular zone. You're not supposed to wander behind Frank Turek, and they overlap. So those areas of responsibility overlap. They don't go 200 meters out because there's a saying. And we've already left that. So I backed it up a little bit so you can see what he was saying. But this is, I think, evidence that the actors on the stage, those next to the tent that was so creepily recreated at the Amfest, by the way, I think this is evidence that there was some awareness of what was going on up there on the roof. They make this huge deal about how, the Orem police were supposed to have the roof. No, they won't. No, they won't. You have one job. When you're a hired security contractor, you have one job. You know what that job is? you leave with your principal alive. He's breathing, his heart is beating. That's your job. Your job is not to pawn off on the Orem police areas of responsibility that everybody acknowledged they were a little weirded out by when they showed up. The roof is so high, the roof's all over the place. You're kind of, everybody's coming in on you. It's all funneled down on you. It looks terrible from a security perspective. They all acknowledged it. Brian Harpole acknowledged it. Frank Turek acknowledged it. They all acknowledged it.
Hello, crafty friends. It's Donna here, and today I've got part 1 of a 2-part series using some fabulous inky backgrounds and butterflies. The inky backgrounds come in a set of 18 papers. 3 of each of these 6 double-sided papers are in the pack. They're called Inky Colour from Paper Rose Studio. And I'm also using this Allura butterfly border die. This die is really detailed.
So, I look at this and I say, okay, assuming it's a setup, again, you have to investigate assuming these things are what we think they are. Assuming it's a setup, is there some connection between the timing where Candace's witness says the guy gets into place and things happening on the stage near the tent? Yes. Yes. The moment the guy gets into place is the first time Brian Harpole looks up and slowly slithers back behind Frank Turek. So yes, there is a connection in my mind. There is 100% a connection in my mind to what takes place there. Okay. I think that's, let me see. Yeah, that's him, that's him, that's him. I got that one, I got that one, I got that one. I think we've rolled through. All right, I'm going to leave some of this stuff. I'm going to roll through some comments and if I have to go through some of this again, this was some dense material. If I have to go through this again, I will. I'll go through it as well as I have to answer the questions. But again, I want to be very clear. I have never, since taking this microphone about this case, accused anyone of anything. What I've done is I've raised questions to the surface so that you, the good folks, who I dubbed investigators yesterday, I knighted you an investigator. You have a phone. You have a computer. You are now duly knighted as an investigator. You're allowed to do FOIA requests. You're allowed to send emails and receive emails. You're allowed to do Google searches. You're allowed to look at plane flights. You're allowed to look at the dimensions of Rode microphones. You're allowed to examine the video. You're allowed to make connections between what Candace said the timing of a guy getting in position on the roof was with what's going on the stage. You're allowed to do all this. There's nothing wrong with doing all of it. And I would argue it's even more important that you do it the more that they don't cooperate and the more lies we catch them in. I asked Andrew Colvett a question on Twitter today. Did you lie, Andrew Colvett? Did you lie when you quoted that surgeon the first time? Or did you quote him accurately and now they're calling you a liar and you're rolling over and taking it? One of those two things seems to be true. I'm trying to find a third possibility. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it would be. But you're allowed to investigate these things. You're allowed to notice that Butch Hibbs shows up with a square that's precisely, nearly identically the size of a Rode wireless microphone. You're allowed to notice that. You're allowed to notice that he leaves without one. And you're allowed to ask, where the hell did it go? What did you drop off? Was it a 10 of mints? Was it a pack of nicotine? If it was, where the hell did it go? Did you get sick of it in the middle of it? Did you decide you liked bad breath? Did you give up the nicotine in the middle of the performance, 25 minutes between when the picture was taken here and the picture was taken there? You're allowed to ask. We're all allowed to ask. Butch, what was in your pocket? Where did it go? You're allowed to get on the internet and look up the dimensions and go, boy, those do look like the Rode microphones. And you're allowed to say, now, where did Butch Hibbs live again? He lived in Heber City. Is there an airport there? Oh, there is an airport there. Wonder if there's a flight into Nashville on the day the explosive was supposed to be delivered. Oh, looky there. There is a flight into Nashville from Heber City. That's weird. And you're allowed to say, I wonder if there was a return flight back to Heber City, delivering whoever it was that came into Nashville back home. And then you say, no, there is no flight back to Heber City. That's weird. Did you move here? Did whoever flew in move? If not, why didn't they fly home? Well, did they drive? Who flies to Nashville from Heber City and drives home? It doesn't make sense. You're allowed to notice. We are allowed to notice. That's called investigating. When you notice patterns or pattern disruptions, you're investigating. You're investigating. You're allowed to do all this. That's not calling Butch Hibbs a murderer. That's not saying Butch Hibbs picked up explosives. That's not saying any Tennessee explosive firm developed explosives that were used at the scene. That's not to say any of that. That's to say, hey, these things all look suspicious when you line them all up together. Is there anything to this? Just like I opened the show. I'm allowed to say a SAM 000 flight flew to Colorado Springs that same day. Is there anything to that? Where was Vance that day? And I couldn't find out. And then someone says, oh, I was in the Oval Office with him. Here's a video of us. And here's how I could prove it was taken on that day. Here's the metadata. Look at the date. Look at the time. It was taken at 2:37 p.m. or whatever time it was. That flight had been gone over an hour.
History remembers dates, but it often forgets the darkness that lived between them.
Okay. Sold. You proved it. That's the whole point. I want to know who was where. I think it's important. We lost a national treasure. I didn't always agree with Charlie, but I always agreed he was a national treasure. I always agreed he was a national treasure. I don't know if you guys ever heard Rush Limbaugh tell the story of the first time he met Charlie Kirk. This would have been not 10 years ago, but Rush has been dead a while. 8 or 10 years ago. They tell him the story about how he meets Charlie Kirk on the golf course, and he's like, it's going places. I can tell you right now, that guy's going places. He just had a way. Did a way. He was a national treasure. And so I don't think anything should have happened to him. Major Domus John said that the explosion was most likely triggered acoustically. Could the trigger have been Hunter Kozak saying, great, the timing fits? I don't think so. I don't think great would have been loud enough. I think what he might be suggesting, and I don't know this, is that the bang that took place, the loud pop everybody heard, could have been the explosive trigger. Could have been the acoustic trigger, excuse me. I think that's what he was saying. I may have John on. I talked to John about potentially coming on the program answering some follow-up questions. I wanted to do the show based on what he said on Trigger Smart. I wanted to talk to you guys, the folks, get some feedback from email, comments, and then I would have a more productive conversation with John, rather than being so arrogant to think I need to bring him on before I've had a chance to let you guys hear what he has to say. You guys helped me. You guys helped me a great deal on all this. Thank you, Living. Very generous. Canuck Bucks, hi, Baron. Check your email for me. I sent it today. Important tip I sent to Candace as well. Very worth checking out. Thank you, Multi-Linda. I will do my best to find it. That email inbox is getting very crowded. I used to get like 20 to 50 emails a day, and it would take me 30 minutes or an hour to go through it. Takes a little longer these days. Fit 3 emails. Fit 3 emails, guys. Consolidate. The contract from last night with the contract prefix number 0164 for NSWC Crane. They do electronic warfare and explosives. More in the email. Well, I'll check that out. Is this one from Accurate Energetic System? But I can look that up real fast. Start searching awards. I will do that. Thank you very much. Submit. Which one? Starts 0164. There it is. Production units, MK179 mod. Okay. What about it? What's the delivery date? It's not even done yet. I don't know. That started in May of 24, and it's not even at the period of performance hasn't even run. So I don't know. I'll look into it. Thank you. I said 3. Oh, that's you. Spouses confide in each other about big things like threat of bodily harm and dropping a huge cause. With Erica acting unaware, is she hiding it? Or maybe Charlie Kirk didn't tell her because he learned the truth about her. I find it laughably dishonest that she says she was unaware he got these emails or these text messages from people, unless he was protecting her. I suppose that's possible, that he was protecting her. But if you're telling Dan Flood and you're telling Andrew Colvett, why are you not telling Erica Kirk? Especially when Erica Kirk has a vested interest in your security. I find her playing dumb on this issue remarkably dishonest, to be honest with you. Returning to yesterday's video, I'm unsure about Blake's take on Frank's dark phone. I've seen several phones there, and they were all dark. My own phone is dark. That seems a weak observation. I have been following with intrigue the online Twitter discussion going back and forth about whether or not Frank Turek was looking at drone video. I'm unconvinced. I think he's either using his phone as a mirror or potentially part of a mesh network. There's really no other reason you would hold your phone. Look at that. My phone broke. See that? You see that? See what I have to deal with? You see that right there? Broke. But he's holding his phone up in such a weird way. It's like no one holds a phone like this. You hold it like this, right? He's holding it like this. It's so weird. And I think he's either using it as a mirror looking behind him, or he's using it as part of a mesh network, meaning it's amplifying some sort of Wi-Fi signal. For some sort of reason. Neither would be a good reason to lie and say you were FaceTiming. He was not FaceTiming. I don't believe he was FaceTiming. 2 photos of the guy on stairs show a crooked edge to the top right of his ear, but Tyler Robinson's ears are perfectly rounded. Their chin jaw also look totally different. I noticed that. I've not brought that up on the program because I try to keep the show to an hour and a half, and then I try to keep the comments to an hour and a half. And I don't always succeed at both. But I try to keep it roughly balanced. You know, like you go to Mass, you got the Liturgy of the Word, and then you got the Liturgy of the Eucharist. 50-50. Halftime. When they're switching over, when they take the gifts up, that's halftime. Go to the bathroom, get a hot dog. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that. But I did notice that. The right ear seems to be different of Tyler Robinson and the guy walking up the stairs. And I think that's a problem for the prosecution. Certainly a problem for their narrative. I always thought Charlie seemed gay. It was simply just a vibe. Then seeing the lies coming out of TPUSA, I noticed there are literally no pics of Erica pregnant. None. Really weird. Some women don't like to be seen that way. I'll say this. If she did not deliver children, then she faked a picture in an operating room delivering children. Because I'm pretty sure I've seen that image of her. You know, I call it the curtain call. Women have that curtain call image when they give a C-section and they're lying flat on their back. And they got that curtain up in front of them so they can't see what's going on, and the man's all up there behind their head. I've seen that picture. The curtain call picture. I've seen it. So if so, then they staged a curtain call, which I think would be extraordinarily weird. Whether Charlie seemed gay, I don't know. I'm not sold on that. I know Milo's big on that. I know other people who've told me privately they thought that, but I'm not necessarily a believer of that. I do think he surrounded himself with a lot of questionable characters. Did you see the beginning of Erica Kirk's speech where she told that BS story about how Charlie used to tell his team to twist the volume knobs? She's trying to get out ahead of your research. I wasn't going to mention it. I was not going to mention it. But I'm telling you, yes, I noticed it. I noticed the things people push hardest back against. No one pushed against, well, maybe the shot came from the Losi Center. No one really pushed against, or maybe it came from the Sorensen Center. When Chris Martinson, who's a great guy, very smart, when he was talking about the different angles and, hey, maybe the shot came from over here, I was like, yes, that's where I thought the shot came from. And when people say, well, was it a small arms fire potentially from the crowd? They didn't say a word. TPUSA didn't say you guys need to stop. They didn't say you're dumb. They didn't say you're evil. They didn't say any of that. They just let the conversation go. But as soon as we started talking, or Candace, I guess, is the one that started talking. As soon as Candace started talking about the Fort Huachuca incident, all of a sudden we had to stop. It's gone too far. The Egyptian planes, the Fort Huachuca, it's way too much. You guys must stop. As soon as we start talking about electrocution, as soon as we start talking about potentially exploding stuff, now they're on a flight from Scottsdale to Nashville. Don't think I didn't notice the timing. Merry Christmas to you also. We're contractors. We're the contractors that paid over the stage area, given special instructions, or they've been hospitalized or missing. I have not talked to them. I thought about reaching out to them. I even told a friend of mine I was going to reach out to them. Then I didn't because I thought, I don't want to be that guy. I don't like reaching out to people that I assume everyone else is reaching out to. And I'm sure their phone is rung off the hook. And the second I call them, they're going to be like, I don't want to do that. Merry Christmas to you and your family. Well, Merry Christmas to you, Julie Cameron. Many thanks to your family for allowing you to spend time researching and sharing your findings with us. Have never missed an episode since Charlie's neutralization. I will say this. My wife and I talked with great glee about the taking off till Friday. We even said we're going to have a day where we're Shabbat Shalom. We're going to put the phones away. Name's home. Shabbat Shalom. No phone. Yeah, we talked about it. Putting the phones away, unplugging from the internet, lighting the fire, maybe get some marshmallows. I hate marshmallows. I despise marshmallows. But we talked about getting some marshmallows, do a little roasting. I'm going to cook up some meatloaf and mashed potato for my 19-year-old daughter who's coming home tomorrow. It's going to be great.
Our program is performance-based. Our success is tied to your results. We provide management and support through proper challenges under clear terms. We've worked with traders like Keith, who wanted a new direction, so he joined our program. We handled the trading process with precision, and he was able to move forward with.
She wanted some meatloaf. All right, let's do it. We're going to be an actual family again. I love you guys. But it is going to be nice having a few days without having to research 20 hours a day. Merry Christmas to you and your family. Thank you for all your hard work. Well, thank you, Nicole. Merry Christmas to you and your family as well. Love your podcast. Really appreciate your work. Merry Christmas. Christ is King. Christ is King. Merry Christmas to you, Christ. Oh, Christ again. I thought you were a Christ agent. I was like, wow. Is there special training for that? You get a badge? Excuse me, I'm Christ agent 1823. I was very confused. I'm haunted by your suggestion that Charlie may have known something about the way in which he would die. I'll come back to that. This story just keeps getting darker and more sinister. Lord, shine your light on this. I do not suggest that he figured he would die. I questioned because of all of the facts. I questioned whether Charlie might have been aware there would be an attempt or a planned attempt on his life that he was willing to go through with up to the point of capturing the person who was attempting. That's what I'm questioning. And I don't have an answer. I wish I had an answer. I was hoping to have an answer. I don't have an answer. And I'll tell you, the more people I talk to, the muddier that question gets. What I want is an answer one way or the other. I want to talk to someone who said, Baron, that's ridiculous. Here's how that can't work. Here's why that is impossible to work. Or someone who says, here's how they would have done it. Here's what it would have looked like. I cannot find an answer, and it's driving me nuts. Do I know where Charlie was the day of the Fort Huachuca meeting? If Frank Turek is to be believed, he was at home with Frank Turek. They were at Charlie's house. Prepping for the big tour. Off topic here. Oops, sorry. With 2 full-time jobs now, how have you adjusted your CrossFit workouts? Majorly condensed? So, Drifter, great question. I actually had this conversation with my 2 closest workout partners today who accused me of quitting CrossFit. I have not. Let me read you a small portion of the exchange. Let's see here. Barron is too popular to work out with us peons anymore. That's not true. I said nonsense. My job is too demanding. I am going to get back to it. I am still working out, but instead of working out, 6 to 10 times a week, I'm working out 2 to 4 times a week, and it's not enough. It's not enough. And I can definitely feel it. I don't feel as good as I did. So I am going to kick it back into overdrive, but I've got to rearrange some stuff on my calendar. I cannot burn at this pace for very long. I'm going to have to reorganize some things here after the first of the year. Did you see proof furnished by Alex Jones today on the show? No boarding passes, but another reservation from LA to Dallas on 9/8. I don't care about reservations. Reservations do not equal attendance. That doesn't mean anything to me. Look up Anne-Marie Vogades, who works for Amadai. She looks like Erica Kirk. Maybe Mitch mistook her for Erica Kirk. Merry Christmas. I have looked her up. She does look remarkably similar. It absolutely could explain it. There's no doubt about it. It absolutely could be an explanation for what is going on. But I don't know. And yes, I have a monitor on my floor next to my desk because I've run out of desk space. But yeah, I've definitely heard that. Thank you. I think it's time to share the picture of Charlie you have. Face cropped out, of course. It will help the grassroots investigation. We need it. I am working on it. I want to share it in combination with a story I'm working on. I promise you I'm working on the story. I don't want to share it without the whole story being written. Because if I do, it's not that it loses its impact, it loses its importance. Does that make sense? You got to have the whole story. And I promise you I'm working on the story. You will see it. You will see that part of it, a very small piece of it. In the Life is Driving video, minutes after Charlie was taken away, a cop tried to use the mic, but he couldn't get it to work. Everyone immediately ran off. Theory, it should still be on. Fried mic. I think it was the guest mic. I don't know that for sure. I think it was the guest mic. Now, something I have tried to find in every single video, if you see it, let me know, is the mic Charlie was holding, because it, in theory, would have fallen down, and I did not see anybody come get it. But also, by the time that cop, I think that was the Long, Detective Long, or Deputy Chief Long, that tried to use it. Tough dude. By the time he got there, it had been like 10 or 15 minutes after the shooting. And, I mean, the sound guys could have cut the power at that point. But I don't know. I mean, it's something to look into. Something to look into. Keep up the great work. Hey, mods, I left a comment on Barron's last video. I have valuable information regarding Erica Franceby and her connection on this. I'm in Arizona. If it's anything that's been reported widely, I'm ignoring it for a reason. I'm not, don't tell me she worked for E3 Tech or whatever. Don't tell me she's got some way to gate off geographic locations and send them messages. I'm not interested in that. If you have something actually unique that's not being reported widely, all these other channels, then I'll be happy with it. Barron, thank you for your hard work. Thank you, Short Coin. Short Coin in the house. If intent was to use the mic explosion under Charlie's shirt to simulate a gunshot, as John Bray thinks, what was the plan to explain the absence of an exit wound? I think the plan was to make it a chest shot. And I don't think there would have been an exit wound. But I don't think you would have noticed, because it would have been like under his shirt and they would have jumped on top of him and carried him to the car. So I think that was the plan. I don't think it intended to hit his neck. This is a good question, comes up a lot. Charlie was using a corded microphone. Yeah, he was holding in his hand an SM58. That's a Shure microphone. It's wired. It's got an XLR cable taking it to the soundboard. That's correct. Why was he also wearing a wireless microphone device? I've explained this, but if you want to watch that particular episode, I'll explain it again. I'm happy to do so. When you're making video for the internet, a PA system is terrible. It is a terrible way to record audio. So you wouldn't want to, like, say this microphone was going to 2 giant speakers that were talking to 3,000 people. You wouldn't want to put that audio onto the internet. So what you would do is you would simultaneously record a separate audio track out of a different microphone. That audio would then go to your YouTube videos to push out for coverage. But that's a good question. But that's why. Criminal defense attorney here doing a lot of wrongful conviction work. I agree you must discuss theories. Some turn out to be meritless, but some win the case. Your talent for investigation is amazing. Well, thank you, Angela Rainey. I appreciate it. I take a lot of pride in... look, I think a lot of criminals get lousy defenses. Not that criminals should be walking free, but you should make the prosecution do your job or we're all in jeopardy. Like, if courts get to the point where anyone charged automatically goes to jail, none of us are safe. This should be really hard to send someone to jail. That way we have a shot. That way we have a shot. Did you see my email about the chest strap used by pro video film people? Very common to use undershirts. I did. I see no evidence he was wearing one. I see one image of him as they're starting to pick him up and carry him away, which I cannot show on YouTube because they will force me to take it down. Or they'll strike the video. It's very bloody, but as they're picking it up, there appears to be some sort of like broken band, maybe it looks like, under his chest, but I can't really tell. I can't tell. If somebody has an image that shows any kind of strap or vest or anything at all under the shirt, don't show me anything from on top of the shirt. I've seen every image on top of the shirt I can see. There's one image out of all of them that is interesting me, where I think I see something that I want to share with the audience. But again, it's part of the image I'm not going to show you yet in the story I'm working on. There's one image that excites me out of all of them. So don't tell me you see some vest under a t-shirt. I've seen that. I know what you're looking at, and I don't necessarily agree with it. But if you see the shirt up, carrying him to the SUV, and you see some sort of something under there, I'm happy to see it and review it. I need to know. What are your thoughts on Valhalla flipping on Candace due to her raising money for the Fort Huachuca dude? In the end of his 8-hour live stream, he said, "I've supported Candace from the beginning. Now war is on. You're done." He was drinking a lot of really good whiskey that night. That's my conclusion. That's my conclusion. He was drinking a lot of really good whiskey. 8 hours is a long time to be on air. You're about to say anything. You add a highly addictive, mind-altering substance to that, you're really bound to say anything. I don't think he thinks war is on. Maybe. I like them both. I'm willing to sit out and watch and see how it goes. They can both take care of themselves. They're both big people. Big people in the big personalities. Big smart personalities. Not like, I don't think they're going to come to fisticuffs. I think that's another new thing done that day. Someone miking Charlie up. Candace mentioned something you have to talk to about when you collaborate with her. We, believe it or not, are working on a collaboration. So stay tuned. The steps are being taken. Let's say that. Steps are being taken. Jamie Kahn, thank you. Very generous. It looks like an Altoid tin, honestly, same size and shape. I've never seen a squirrel. I've only seen rectangle ones. Let's see here. Square Altoid tin. Now you also have to... no, it's not the same size and shape. You're wrong. Altoid tin is far too thick, and it's rectangular. So you're wrong. There's no such thing as an Altoid tin that looks exactly like that. There are metal tin boxes, but then you have to answer where it went. This may not directly relate to accurate energetic systems explosion, but the amount of times the people in Columbia Spring Hill Facebook community pages ask who heard that boomer explosion is wild to me. It seems to be common here. You must have been on Internet Today, because that question was raised today on one of those 2 pages, maybe both of them. Yeah, there was a big boom today while I was getting ready for this show. I immediately went to Facebook, and a zillion people were asking about it. I thought another accurate energetic system boom. I still don't know what it was. It was huge. For proper grammar on X, the preposition, yes, Jill, that's exactly right. At what is he looking? Not what is he looking at. At what is he looking? Or at what is he pointing? Poll question for men will be important later. when you wear hats to events, how often do you take them off for long bits of time? Oh, are you talking about Frank and Butch? Because they both had their hats off at various times. Interesting question. It would be very common to put more than one microphone on a subject for different cameras. Yep, that's correct. Nailed it. Nothing wrong with that comment at all. I like it. Was he standing in the back of the tent when the guys were doing all the signals? Can you pull up that picture again and see if he had it in his pocket? I looked. If you guys can find, you let me know. He is standing back there. He's standing next to a slightly chubby guy with short, kind of light hair, about my color, and has a backpack on. That guy does. And they're both standing there together. They didn't come in together, but they sure stood next to each other for a long time. And no one I know can answer who was the chubby guy, slightly chubby guy, in the backpack with the light hair. Nobody can tell me. Hi, and Merry Christmas from New Hampshire. From New Hampshire. Has anyone mentioned a short video of Butch Hibbs called The Time Trap? Butch, Charlie, and the guys walking up the tent. The video was within the first few days of the assassination. I've not seen that. I've seen that video of them walking up to the tent, but I've not seen a video called The Time Trap. I'm 47, lost my husband 7 months ago to MND. I don't know what that is, but I'm very sorry for you. Genuinely sorry for your loss. I mean, that's not a good time in life to lose someone. I'm sorry to hear that. Erica should write a book on how to get over the death of your husband in 24 hours. I sense the sarcasm. Love you, Baron. Merry Christmas from Scotland. Love you too, Jeannie. Merry Christmas from Middle Tennessee. Hey, here, I'll admit, the gold sequin outfit was a little weird this weekend. We talk about Frank Turek's lopsided safety goggles. He's trying to pass off his prescription glasses. Does he get his eyes at Home Depot? You know what's funny? A long time ago on this program, I said I don't trust anybody who wears glasses like that. They really do look like safety goggles, and I don't know why he wears them, except I know some people have eye conditions where they're losing one eyesight. They're losing one eye, and they wear very protective lenses of the other eye, because if they lose that eye, then they're going to be blind. So they're really protective of that other eye. That could be. I don't know the answer, but yeah, he looks like he's going shooting at all times, which is not the look that you want at a Charlie Kirk event. not what you're going for. Yesterday, you were convicted to state the country's need for Christ, recognizing the incompatibility of all those who do not prioritize Christ first, the purity test. Charlie Kirk's death proves we need fearless words like those. Thank you. Beware, people are telling you to stay away from the purity test. You have a right to vote for whoever the hell you want to. I know there are a lot of people who are going around right now saying, no purity test. You just vote for him. No, I'm willing to cut the right in half over this. Then I understand it might take a few years to recover. But you know what? They were saying the same thing when Trump ran in 2016, that the right would never recover. It would fracture in a million pieces. Trump was destroying the party. The Republicans would be... You guys go... If you don't believe me, go back and read Ben Shapiro in 2016. Why I will never vote for Donald Trump, ever, by Ben Shapiro. Donald Trump is a bad boy. I don't like him. Therefore... I can never vote for him. And I will not support anyone who ever has had to vote for him. They've been telling us this forever. You know what happens when we get with these compromise candidates? We get John McCain, we get Mitt Romney, we get Bob Dole. That bastion of conservatism out there pimping Viagra commercials when he loses. Yeah, don't buy these people to tell you that these purity tests are going to destroy the right. That's what they told us in 2016, and Donald Trump destroyed Hillary Clinton, and he wasn't supposed to. And we picked up House seats, we picked up Senate seats, and we've basically been doing nothing but winning elections now for the last 12 years. If we'd have listened to Benji, Tel Aviv Cruz would have gotten destroyed in the general election. We'd have had 8 years of Hillary Clinton. God knows how many years after that, and who knows what shape the country would be in. So I don't want to hear anything about any of them. You vote for whoever you want. Don't let them bully you. Do I think Don Jr. may have been on the 000 flight? I don't know if family gets a 000, but I don't know the answer to that. It could have just been a general visiting Colorado Springs because there's a base there. I just don't know why they wouldn't have flown into the base. That's the only thing. Hi, Baron. Yeah, they track people's location by the advertisements that go to their phones. You guys are all doing such a wonderful thing for Charlie. I bet he's up there cheering you all on. Yeah, I mean, indirectly, you got to have pretty fancy subscriptions. But yeah, I mean, it's possible. It's not as easy as it used to be. Not as easy as it used to be. All I can say is I have the most trust in the judicial system. I have the utmost trust. Okay. Gotcha. Indigo, thank you. Generous. $5 a private jet from Delaware. Yeah. Well, it's a private jet registered in Delaware. Yeah, sure. That's exactly right. Merry Christmas. Keep up the work. But it looks like it was put. I mean, let me don't want to get too carried away on this Delaware part. It looks like it was just put into service as a charter potentially. But I don't know. I mean, it's kind of an east. It looks like it's based maybe out of Greenville, South Carolina, and it kind of flies on the East Coast, which is why I'm curious why it spent some time out there in Heber City. I don't know the answer. Just looking into it for the first time. Having so many people that seem to be involved, my theory is now that his passing was faked. This is the only way I think JD or some higher level person would have risked being aware. We don't know that JD was aware, to clarify. We don't know that. I don't think it was fake. I think he's dead. Now, whether or not there was a plan to try to fake an assassination attempt, I'm starting to wonder if maybe there was a plan to fake an assassination attempt and then the decision tree formed. Did some people take advantage of that plan and choose instead to neutralize him? Or was it accidental death? I mean, kind of stuck in the middle there. And I'm not saying I'm married to that either. I'm just starting to develop this idea that might be on the table. It might be it's certainly a live issue. Certainly a live issue. Bear's been cooking. The item in the pocket is definitely sus, especially if it's not some throat coat or special beard oil for that lion's mane he's got. I don't think it was a thing of throat coat. That was all in the van that the boys brought in. What is the square outline on Charlie's abdomen under his white shirt? You can see it best in tonight's photo number 1. Taken by Charles McClintock Wilson of Charlie and Butch. It's odd. I've looked at it a zillion times. I think it's just the way the shirt's told me. I don't know. I do have one image, and I will share it with you one day. There's one image of Charlie in a shirt that I see something from the outside, and I say, what is that? One image out of all the images from that day, and there are hundreds of high-quality images from that day. There's one image that I look at and think, what you got under that shirt there, baller? What is that? What is that? Sorry, so the Heber City flight went to Nashville, and the private plane is owned by someone in Delaware? Don't we know about a sketchy little airplane hangar in Delaware? Yeah, so you've nailed the facts. The Heber City flight did come to Nashville. The private plane is owned by a company headquartered in Delaware. And we do know something about a sketchy little airplane hangar in Delaware, French-owned airplane hangar in Delaware. Yes, all those are facts, but I'm not sure that they lead to the conclusion some people are tempted to draw. So that's kind of my position. Legal questions. Legal to pave over the crime scene? I mean, it's weird. I think it raises a defense, certainly, for the accused.
The real estate market is not down. You just don't have the right tools to make money in a weird market like what we're experiencing right now in 2025, 2026, going forward. I don't think real estate's ever going to be the same ever again. I buy houses just like this one, 17742 West via Hermosa Lane in Surprise, Arizona.
Legal to tamper with the crime scene, camera's chair. If the police had marked it off as a crime scene and then you break into it and start moving stuff around, that certainly would be problematic. As it was, I'm not sure that I would say it's legal. It's highly unusual. Legal to break a gag order, hard pulling death. The gag order appears to be being ignored by nearly everyone, and I'm not sure exactly how specific it was. legal to remove evidence, the necklace. That's probably the biggest problem I have. But again, it's his personal property. The van allegedly, or the SUV, I keep saying van, the SUV allegedly had been cleared by the police, so therefore everything in the SUV. Now, I will say this. I got an email from someone who works for a car rental company. Does not want to go on the record. Doesn't want to lose his job or her job. If you work for a car rental company and you're willing to go on the record, I will bring you on air to have you discuss, and this is the only prompt I'll give you. Tell me what happens when people leave the scene of a crime with a gunshot wound victim in your rental car. Because the email I got was that their company policy was not to strip the car down to the studs and sell it at auction. It was not to clean out the car and change the carpet and give it a thorough cleaning and send it out to auction. The email I got was it immediately gets out of service and it's parked potentially for months at a time until the police absolutely 100% say, we do not want that car. We don't care about it anymore. You may do whatever you want with it. But it's wrapped up and set aside so that the car rental company, this is a national chain, the car rental company then can say, we didn't contaminate anything. We don't take sides in this criminal enterprise. So it's very unusual to me that that wasn't done here, is what this person's conclusion. That this is a long time, I don't want to say executive, manager in the car rental business, and that it is highly atypical that that would have happened. But I don't know. Maybe that's just unique to their particular brand. Maybe other brands are like, hell, I don't care what you do with it. Sell it at auction. I would love to have someone on there. I will bring you on. I don't care what your conclusion is. If you say, yeah, we roll stuff through auction all the time, that's fine. We'll talk about it. Busy Mama 5 here. I have no clue how you find time to do all the amazing work you've done and continue to do. Thank you for your immensely informative videos. So very Merry Christmas to you and yours and to all of the chat. Yeah, the chat is great, by the way. I go back and read the chat. I read the live chat. Not all of it. You guys read thousands of messages. But I do read every super chat, even the ones I can't get to because of time. I do go back and read every single one. So if you put even $1 in, I will read your message. I may not read it live on air. I try to get to as many as I can. But when there's 200, 300, 400, I just cannot possibly get through all of them in the time I have allotted on that night. But I will read every one. I read some of the live chats. I read a lot of the comments after the videos post, believe it or not. My wife sends some to me. She sent me 2 or 3 last night. Like, you need to respond to this. You need to respond to this. So she's like my mini manager. It's hard. It's not just this. I have a full-time job. That's the bigger time suck. And I end up spending, 50-50 these days in time. I wonder if the plant explosion lines up to when people were first starting to mention a possible microphone issue. Yeah, pretty much. It's pretty close. Pretty close, believe it or not. Great job, Baron. Thanks. Happy holidays. Well, thank you. Thank you. Sure do appreciate it. I'm reading this one because I've had several people have asked this that I've not yet gotten to. Is that Mike Mikash, special effects artist, related to Butch Hibbs, member of Calvary Church, resembles VFX artist Victor Paris? Hey, I don't know. I don't know who these people are. I know it's supposed to be Butch Hibbs, and the before and after are both supposed to be the same person. In jest, I asked if they weren't because they kind of don't always look alike in every picture. Some pictures they favor each other. Some of them they look pretty different. So I raised the issue. It was fun, but the issue brought up. I'm glad I did. I'm glad we have a little fun on this program sometimes because the issue brought up the microphone issue, which I think is a very live issue. It's an explosive issue, a very explosive issue.
So according to the University of Delaware, people with an IQ of 115 and above can perform any job without intellectual restrictions. This means you can handle complex tasks, manage multiple responsibilities in a day.
There's Wilmington, Delaware again. There it is. There it is. It's there. Thank you. Very generous, Madeline. Oh, always watching. I'm always recording. Thank you. Very, very generous donation. Very, very generous donation. If Hibbs picked up in Tennessee, he would likely have driven it to NSWC Crane in Indiana. It's a short 3.5-hour drive north. Crane is the only place with electric warfare labs to build the device. Not able to FOIA this purchase. See my emails. Oh, I will check it out. I would then maybe this whole thing goes to crap because I don't know that Butch Hibbs would be the one delivering raw material. Maybe. I would think he would be there to pick up, like it would be delivered to an individual, like a military person. That person would say, "Here, you have it. Do whatever you want with it." Like, but I don't know. I don't know. Like I'm just telling you, it's weird to me. There's a Heber City flight in Nashville at the private airport on that day. That's all I'm saying. That's what I'm. But I will look into that. You said you sent an email? Yeah, I'll see. You sent an email. I'll find it. There was a crypto crash on 1010. It would be interesting to see if the sell-off is related to anything. Yeah, maybe. Someone emailed me about a lot of crypto transactions that were taking place around, right in the lead up to Charlie Kirk's neutralization and the fallout from Charlie Kirk's assassination. There was a whole bunch of money going back and forth in certain accounts and like a dead period the day of. I don't know about that. I have to go back. So glad you received the email about the fragments. This has weighed on me for months. Thank you for all you're doing. Been with you since 370 followers and never miss a live. I receive a lot of emails. I don't know which one you're referencing, but I probably did receive it. I've 370 followers. Man, you're like, you might be a friend or a family member if you were around back then. There weren't many that didn't know me by name and hadn't been in my house when there were only 370 people. Did Brian give Bush Talker some Altoids? That girl passed out full cases of mints. She wasn't lying. Everyone had them. Did Brian Harpole give? Yeah, I don't know. That's a good. That's good. A good email. I'll allow. I sent you an email with screenshots of Google Trend searches spiking in late November to late December with searches Disneyland bombing, Disneyland terror attack, etc., and use Egypt, France, and Israel. The problem I have with that is if I'm going to have a terror attack, I'm not going to Google ahead of time Disneyland terror attack. That doesn't make sense to me. I mean, other people might be Googling that for whatever reason, like, has there historically ever been a Disneyland terror attack? And you're picking that search up. But no one who's going to do a Disneyland bombing is going to search Disneyland bombing. That's not a search term they would do. So I think you're on the right track. I think Google Trends is a very valuable tool, but I'm not sure that's the best use of it right there. But thank you for your generous donation. Person with a T-shirt with horizontal writing on the front then has a hit to the neck isn't going to make that horizontal writing rise at least 3 inches before the body even reacts to the hit. I'm telling you, I can't show it frame by frame because YouTube is stopping us from doing a full examination on this case. But you're exactly right. The shirt moves before the wound appears. The first frame is he does this little tensing thing and the shirt comes out. And there's no hole in his neck. A bullet wouldn't do that. A bullet is not going to cause you to tense and have your shirt come out before the wound appears. Then the next frame is the shirt comes all the way up, and then the shirt comes down, then the hole appears, but there's no blood. Then a piece of rectangular something with right angles falls out of the hole, and then the blood starts flowing. That's the mechanics of what happened. That's not a gunshot. I'll be honest, as much as 3 weeks ago, I was convinced he got shot by something. But I'd say about 3 or 4 weeks ago, the worm started turning in my mind, and I stopped referencing it as a gunshot on this show. And in anticipation of going with the potential the electrocution theory, and later when I saw the ABS plastic fragments, the maybe dual nature electrocution and exploding microphone theory. I think there's legs to that. And for those of you who said, "Oh no, the exploding microphone's been thoroughly discounted," they are trying to discount, and they send their best mockers out at the things that are over the target.
You think you're fine after a car accident until this happens.
Most people don't realize that even accidents that seem minor can financially destroy you when the real costs hit weeks later.
That's the way it works. Legal questions. One, if Erica's legal team has no additional info, what were they doing since 9/10? Gaslighting us. Lying to us. Making fun of us for no reason. That's what they've been doing since 9/10. Two, how can Erica have Charlie Kirk's phone? Now, the police gave it to him. Three, autopsy legally required? In Utah, my understanding is yes. Four, legal for the FBI to take all hospital video footage. Legal? Probably. Unusual? Highly unusual. Of course, there's a lot of highly unusual stuff in this case now, isn't there? A lot of highly unusual. The Holy Spirit and your guardian angel are working through you. And it is beautiful to behold, Brother Barron. I said a rosary for you. You're so close, Detective Coleman. Praise God. Keep going. I'm doing my best, Christina. All prayers are welcome. All prayers are welcome. Thank you for your very generous prayers. Have you considered starting a Patreon to share your full analysis and thought process behind your investigation? Thanks for all you do. God bless. I have considered starting something where I can show a little more video footage because YouTube is pretty restrictive. And I got to figure out how I want to do that. So yes, the answer is yes. I've considered it. I don't think it would be Patreon as a platform. There's some other platforms that I like a little better and trust a little more. I want to go up on a platform that I'm not coming down on. Like if I, whether that's Rumble but I think even Rumble has some weirdness about blood and gore. And I want to show you some of the images that you can see what I see because it's game-changing. Game-changing. There was a huge explosion at that explosives plant on October 10th. Yeah, it wiped it off the map. Like, it doesn't exist anymore. It destroyed it. It absolutely destroyed it. Notice Hunter is rocking back and forth nervously while the first guy's asking questions. The rest of the crowd is standing there normal, and he's rocking back and forth like Rain Man. Rain Man, go back. I haven't given you my Rain Man theory. The Rain Man was an op. I'll answer your question in a second. I agree with you that happened. I'll tell you why I recognized it. Rain Man was an op. When Ronald Reagan signed that vaccine safety bill or whatever in 86 or 7, whatever it was, they knew what was about to happen. They knew autism was going to explode. And so what they had to do was convince us it was a superpower. And so they introduced us to a Dustin Hoffman character who could count matches and cards and a little quirky. But he was like a superhero. Rain Man. All right, now, yes, Hunter should not have been nervous. Hunter has been on podcasts. He's been on TV shows. He's hosted events. Hunter should not have been that nervous getting ready for the event, nor should he have been practicing his shocked face. But he did both of those things. Allegedly. He has some explanation for why he was doing that, but I don't buy it. Is it possible the explosion was actually detonated internally? For example, a 1 to 2 millimeter explosive squib was placed inside throat candy and synchronized to explode with the sound of the gunshot. You mean inside his body? No, I don't buy. I mean, did you swallow the throat candy whole? That's weird. If you mean it was in his pocket or whatever, why would you use throat candy? There's so much other electronic material on his body. How would you get an electric charge to the throat candy? I don't buy it. I mean, it's possible something exploded, but not throat candy. It's a shame because the government is going to do whatever they want no matter what evidence is dug up. They did to JFK. They're going to do it again. I agree. All we can do is find the truth, pursue the truth. That's it. Pursue the truth. I'm reading this because it's funny. Butch had a couple of Trojan Magnums in his pocket. Big feature. A joking Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you. That was funny. Made me laugh. I appreciate humor. Can't discount an Altoid can. I can when they're the wrong shape. Altoid cans are rectangle. I even tried to look up on Google square Altoid tin. I came up with nothing. There's no such thing that I can find of a square Altoid tin. I find rectangle output 10. So yes, I can discount it. Wasn't it weird that Brian ended up with a can of mints? I don't think he ended up with a can of mints. I think he ended up with like prepackaged mints, maybe some throat coat. It's plausible the original mic was switched with a tampered mic. What?
Has Kyrie texted you back?
I don't want to talk about it.
How's the math test?
Don't want to talk about it.
You need to talk to somebody. I talked to my Talkspace therapist.
Can't afford it. And still, don't want to talk about it.
Talkspace is super affordable, with or without insurance. And when you don't want to talk, you can just text them. Look, my therapist just texted me.
Talkspace therapy.
Say, what's the oh gosh, what's the name? Leonardo DiCaprio, that meme where that's it. Placed in the can and then given to Brian to discard or put back on Charlie. Oh, I didn't read the whole thing. Can I take it back? Maybe Charlie Kirk braced himself because of what he saw. Are there videos that show where his eyes were looking right before? Maybe on Hunter's face? Just pondering. Interesting question. I don't hate it. I don't hate that kind of questioning. Ground or SUV trunk shot timed with explosion? I don't know what that means. Oh, shot into the ground or shot into the SUV. If you're going to shoot in the SUV, just shoot a blank. Like, all you need is the bang. You don't need anything else. There's echoes all around. Let's see. Eric, 8 kids. Yes, 8 children in my house. Or 7 still in my house, but 8 have grown up in my house. My sister has 7, is a stay-at-home mom, and is asking me the questions. Happy I'm able to provide more questions to her from you. Happy Christmas to you and yours. Happy Christmas to you. Yeah, 8 kids. We make it work. It's fun. Our house is never quiet. Almost never. I feel so basic. I sent you an email today, too. Cash Money Kills. I think I read that one because I think in it you said my name on YouTube is Cash Money Kills. It's regarding Brian Harpole flight alibi. I did read it. I might have evidence the flight was canceled in exchange for flight credits inside. Okay, let me let you guys in on the secret. This is a great opportunity to explain. First, Cash Money Kills, thank you for your email. It was, I did read it. Don't tempt me. Don't try to tempt me into responding to an email, though. Like, I don't have time to respond to 2,000 emails a day. If you have information you think I might want, send it. Don't say, hey, I figured out the way the sun works. I've got the secrets of nuclear fusion. Would you like to hear more? No, I don't want to hear more. I might want to hear more if you just friggin' told me. Just tell me. If you have evidence the flight was canceled in exchange for flight credits, one email. Don't make me dance. I don't like to dance. I did read it, but I didn't respond because you asked me if I wanted more information. I'm not doing that. I don't play that game. You either send it to me or you don't. If you send it to me, I'll read it. If you don't, I'm not. Thank you, though, Cash Money Kills. Very, very generous donation and informative email if I could get the second half of it. I am dangerously charming. Ooh. Dig. I guess the noble part of the name Baron is doing some heavy lifting. Your wife is a very lucky lady. I agree. Very Merry Christmas to your whole family and happy birthday to Jesus. Heart the vids. Like the video, subscribe, share, notifications, all that kind of stuff. We used to have a joke. I used to have a joke when everybody was like, you're a very lucky man. I'm like, oh, that means you want to have your way with my wife? Why would you say that? So I guess is the reverse also true here, Tig? The answer is no. Thank you for the generous donation. Thank you. Is there any chance Eric and Kirk can be a fraud and is just going along with expectations? Merry Christmas to you and your family. Well, there's certainly a chance it's a fraud. I don't know that to be true, but it sure kind of seems that way, if we're being honest, among friends. She's certainly underqualified for her present job. I mean, her main qualification is, I don't want to be too ugly, but she did at least 2 things that qualified her to be She at least did it twice. That qualified her to be in the job. And if that's your qualification, Charlie was there from the beginning. 18 years old, out there with Bill Montgomery, banging the streets, learning how to talk to small donors, learning how to talk to vendors, learning how to set up events, learning how to interact with people on a very small basis, and that kind of grew over time. Erica walked right into a $250 to $500 million organization, and she puts on gold sequins and walks out to like fireworks. She didn't build that place. She showed up halfway through its development, and then wouldn't go in public for at least 18 months of that because she wouldn't be seen in public pregnant.
Prop firms like FTMO, TopStep, and Apex are designed to be challenging. That's how they stay in business. We help traders approach these challenges with strength.
And apparently can't fly when she's pregnant. So I'm not saying she's ruining the place, but I'm saying her instincts should not be trusted by anyone at TPUSA. The place is on the brink, and I've never seen a place better funded that is on the ropes. Public perception-wise, the place is drowning. But for the fact that they have $500 million probably in cash in a bank account, they would be sucking wind. And it's sad to me because he did build that place up. I mean, with some donor cash, but for the last 13 years. It took some time to get that place to what it is now. You go back and look at their early financial statements, it wasn't. It was a couple $100,000 here, $1 million there. And $1 million goes pretty fast when you've got staff and you've got travel budget and you've got this and that. This first few years were pretty lean. Neither he nor Bill made very much money. Tough for Harpole to pass the buck when Dan Flood got a message from Charlie the night before saying, I think they're going to kill me. Yeah, and I wonder why Andrew Colvette didn't contact somebody. He said, guys, Charlie thinks someone's going to kill him. Well, we should take this seriously. Maybe Butch flew from Nashville to Tucson. I understand it's illegal to fly with explosives, but ultimately these are private planes. If the government is involved, I'm just thinking, don't they just do what they want? Yeah, I was just trying to find a reason he didn't fly back home. And I was thinking, he can't fly back home. He's got an explosive. Yeah, if you're willing to break the law, you can do whatever you want. I don't know where he was. I don't know that it was him. I think it was. It was someone from Heber City, the booming metropolis of Heber City that flies into Nashville twice a year. Just so conveniently happened to do it on the day that some explosives were due. I don't know. I'm just, guys, make of it what you will. I'm not saying Butch was involved. I'm just saying it's pretty creepy stuff when you put it all together. Didn't someone at TPUSA make a comment about picking up Charlie's bloody mic? Weird that anybody would call attention to that. I don't recall that. I remember Ben Shapiro making some awkward metaphor about picking the microphone up out of Charlie Kirk's bloody hands, and I thought, ugh, mother, don't you have a way with words? Thought on the timing. The trigger from the distraction on the roof could have been attacked to a remote control of sorts. This roof was set up just to provide a louder bang. Are those Charles kids or maybe Dick Clifford? I would assume it's wrong. I'm going to take all that at face value. He's a putative father. I think legally is what he would be considered, because if you're married and your wife has a child, you are the putative father. Regardless of the fact that when they do paternity tests, it's not always 100%. But the law considers you the father if you're married. Could the bang? Yeah, the bang certainly could have set off an explosion. You could have a trigger set off with a loud bang. If that's your question. One of the planes on Timeline is usually operated as air ambulance, but used as a commuter flight. Can't find the info related to that plane if medevac flight was connected the day he died. I noticed that. We talked about that on this program maybe a month or so ago, month and a half ago. It was a while back. We did talk about that. It was a flight that came out of Cortez, Colorado, through Blanding, Utah, onto Provo. We covered that. Pad 1 Holdings owns the plane, located near an address Candace is investigating in Wilmington, Delaware, connected to the hangar for Egyptian flights. their registered agent is connected to that address. We have no idea where Pad 1 Holdings is located, nor can we know because they're incorporated in Delaware, which is one of the reasons people incorporate there. And since Charlie's a national treasure, you're going to put a photo of him behind you next to Teddy. Makes a lot of sense. God bless you and your family. Probably not. Probably not. Actually have two photos that have been on that wall that are not currently there. One is of Ronald Reagan and Pope John Paul II. And one is of Malcolm X holding an AK-47 next to a hotel window. I thought that's a little aggressive for YouTube, so that's not up. I don't know. I have to think about that one. I'll have to think about that one. He's a national treasure, but he wasn't despised by the media, and that's kind of my standard here. All of these people were despised by the elites in the media, and Charlie really wasn't. He kind of went along with them, which is kind of put him in an interesting category for me. It'd be interesting to explore whether the 16 ABS employees on site at 7:45 a.m. was typical. Meeting, shift change, overlap.
You had an idea. It started yesterday. What was it? Right. Claude remembered it. Your idea was hungry.
So there was one guy who did an interview saying he had clocked out at 7:37. So apparently there was some kind of shift change taking place. There was one guy who was an employee there. But I don't want to go into that yet. There's a future show coming on all this. And I'm not rolling it out at 2 hours and 3 minutes into this show. Because then I start pulling stuff up and I have to show you why I'm saying what I'm saying, and I'm not doing all that. There's a future show coming on the explosion at AES. And it's I think it's going to be a good show. I don't know when we'll do it. Sorry for the 3 emails. Purchased order of the one you showed last night had prefix N00164. That is the code for NSWC Crane. No parent code confirms this transaction is a standalone one-time purchase. Okay, so yeah, what you're saying is that went to Indiana. Okay, fair enough. I'll look at it. I've got it pulled up right here. But the thing is, it's a $10 million order, and we don't, and it's a 15 order, and we don't know the specifics of the delivery. Like the acquisition details just says explosives, demolition material. So I'll have to think about it. I'll have to put some thought into that. Am I the only one that gets the feeling all the Turning Point management is completely compromised by PsyOps? No. I feel that same way. From Erica Kirk all the way through the secretary and everyone that is now conducting the Charlie Kirk Show. The creepily and morbidly named Charlie Kirk Show. By the way, I don't know if this is true, but I used to drink a lot of booze. And when I drank especially a lot of booze, my face would get all swollen and I kind of look weird. Go watch the Charlie Kirk Show today. Tell me what Andrew Coleman looked like. He looked like he looked like hell ran over his face. He did not look like himself. He either partied really hard at TPUSA or he's under a lot of stress. I sent you an email on the funeral director speaking about how they place the hands. This freaked me out. I typed in mannequin hands and Amazon popped up. You can buy them on there. Guess what? The fingers are separate. What? You can buy mannequin hands on Amazon? How do you spell mannequin? N-E-Q-I-N. Mannequin hands. You can buy them on Amazon? It's disgusting. But they do look just like Charlie's hands. But that's disgusting. I'll show you these. Great email. Or great donation. Check out that. Blech. Let me pull this down. Thank you for the very generous donation, Light Giver. They do kind of look like that, though, don't they? Oh, they got an overall pick in case you want them before Christmas. Need a set of mannequin hands on the fly? Guys, we can wait. If you need mannequin hands, it can wait. I don't need overnight delivery. I don't need them before 8 a.m. Holy mackerel. That's creepy. Boy, those do kind of look like the Charlie hands. Did they only pay $20 for that image? Oh, gosh. Look at those. Yeah, they're small, too. All right, I'm thoroughly creeped out. I feel like I'm going to be sick now. Rose, thank you for the donation. Very generous. Why off CK in such a public forum? Too many moving parts. Why not just off him in private? Multiple reasons. One is, if you off him in private, somebody has to have details about where he is and when. And it becomes a lot harder to act like it's a psychopath. Two, if you want to start some kind of war against Islam or trans people or leftists or whatever, you have to have a leftist blamed. Three, Charlie Kirk wasn't such a high-profile figure that had he just been killed walking in the mailbox, it would have dominated the news for 3 months. People would have gone, oh, that's weird, and then it would have been over. But it was such a horrific public tragic death that it just captivated the country. I mean, everybody paid attention to it. 4, when you do it in public, you send a message. You're not safe anywhere. Like, everybody knows someone could kick in their front door and kill them. Like, that's just a known fact. But you think when you have a security team of 13 people with you and you go out in public that you're safe. Most people, you, me, most speakers, I don't know what kind of security Tucker, for example, carries, or Candace, or Tim Pool's freaking out about security. What do we do? Whatever he's angry about. But most people don't travel that heavy with 13 people doing security. And so if you want to send a message to everybody, hey, don't mess with us. That's how you do it. You do it in public when he has 13 security people show up. What did you think of JD Vance when he went on a spiral looking at conspiracies? He never really finished the thought. Made me think he's not fully buying the narrative, the speech and manifest. No, it made me think he buys the narrative completely, or at least is supporting the narrative completely. He's trying to send the message, I was once where you are. This is a very common tactic. You'll see this in religious settings a lot. Someone comes up with you see this in Bible studies, for example. Someone comes to a conclusion that is not your preferred conclusion. You say, oh, I once saw the Bible that way.
When you first heard about creative finance, did you think it was a scam?
Yeah.
Be real.
Yeah.
You did?
It sounded too good to be true.
Sounded too good to be true. So it's the same thing for me, guys. 11 years later.
Then I learned the following. That's step 2. And now I see it this way. That's what he was doing. It's an old Bible study trick. Like, you don't want to offend somebody and say, what are you, an idiot? That's not how you read that. Connect, redirect, confirm. So I once was where you were. I once looked into all these conspiracy theories. I spiraled. We're connecting, brother. You and I are one. But then I learned that those conspiracy theories just aren't supported. And now I'm confident that it is the official narrative. It was Tyler Robinson on the Losi Center roof with a 30-06 with magic bullets. So that's all it is. Connect, redirect. That's what he's doing there. Photo, video, metadata is trivial to edit. Yeah, I thought about that, but this person's criminal. Like, you don't just accidentally end up in the White House, and you would lose all credibility if you privately texted or privately emailed someone and said, hey, I was in the White House, in the Oval Office, with the Vice President of the United States, and then it turns out later you weren't. I mean, you lose all credibility. I would burn that person to the ground if they tried that crap. Like, I'm totally willing to keep everybody confidential. You lie to me, burning you to the ground. I mean, burning you to the ground. Here's the person's name. Here's what they were covering up. Are they in on it? And they know that. They know that. Do you think Charlie may have been threatened, or his family was threatened, so he decided to fake everything? No, I don't. I am telling you right now, if you're going to ask me whether I think Charlie faked his own death, Save your money. I'm not gonna change my mind. Not unless new evidence arises, and you won't have to pay to ask. I will tell you the day I change my mind. I'm late to the stream, you might have said, but the SAM flights are all correlated to HEXS location and the numbers for the SAM mission specific. Sent an email. I'm willing to buy that. If why would he be flying as a SAM 000 sometimes and a SAM 702 others, or a SAM 682 or whatever 707 I saw the other day? Why is he flying under different? I mean, I understand why you'd fly under different SAM designations, but why different levels of SAM designation? That's what I don't understand. That's why I think that SAM 000 is somewhat different, but maybe not. How do I send you a tip? What is your email address? Well, I'm glad you asked. It is realbaroncoleman@gmail.com. realbaroncoleman@gmail.com. Speaking of, I got to show you something. I formerly had an X of Real Baron Pod. That is no longer my X handle. About 5 years ago, X stole my X handle from me, or Twitter did at the time. Twitter stole my Twitter handle from me. I am now back to Baron Coleman. That was my Twitter handle from 2007 until 2020, when Twitter decided they'd had enough of your humble host. And so I have been appealing to get that handle back for 5 years now, and I finally logged in today, and they had an option. Would you like your old X handle back? Like, yeah, I do. Click the button. There it went. So if you are trying to find me on X or Twitter and you can't, it's because my handle has gone back to the handle I had all the way back in 2007 when I was a young pup. All the way back then. Did I notice when Erica said she didn't realize Charlie's impact until once he was assassinated? I did. I didn't draw a lot to that. I know a lot of people are trying to say, oh, she anticipated he would be assassinated. That's not how I saw it. For those investigators thinking Erica did not give birth to her children, there's a video of her on Instagram getting her ultrasound, and her mom's also with her, saying she was or wasn't part of this, just sharing about the kids. I'm with you. She looks like a woman who's had a couple of kids. I don't mean that in an ugly way. I just mean that, like, you can tell a lot of times when someone's 36 and hasn't had kids. And you can tell she has. Plus, I saw the video of her, or picture or video of her doing the curtain call. And then I thought, you wouldn't fake that. That's a little too much. Merry Christmas. Have a gay old time on your break, but not Flintstones kind. Thanks for all your hard work. I'll do my best, Slim. It will not be a Flintstones Christmas around these places. No, sir. You want to tell a narcissistic Erica Kirk post? A pit. Oh. Post a pic. Erica Kirk post a pic from, oh my gosh. Ann hides all her pics being pregnant. And then ignores the kids now. Ann's faked. Posted discard later specs. Check open Charlie. Oh man, that's a lot going on there.
I found the funniest plane, and we're not going to get deep into the planes because I found the funniest plane, and it led to like one of the world's largest drug trafficking rings, like confirmed, reported on for sure. And it's in the air right now, and I kind of wanted to get this stream out and done before this plane lands. It looks like it's about to land in Cyprus.
Information is the oxygen.
There's so much evidence out there that even if less than 1% is flawed, that may be enough to collapse the current paradigm and change the whole planet.
And this is so weird and so funny. And it's I did all kinds of technical plane stuff this morning, but we don't need to do a ton of technical plane stuff for me to show you how we get from this plane to this crazy drug trafficking ring where this woman went to prison for 16 years. She had all these planes registered in Texas, and they were getting used by like cartels in Central and South America and Mexico to smuggle cocaine, and they busted a whole bunch of these planes. And she went to prison last year. And then today, I'm looking at Egypt airspace, as you know, a boy does on a Thursday morning at 7 in the morning, 6 in the morning. And I'm just trolling the Egyptian airspace, and I notice this plane that has no call sign and no information in the Egyptian airspace, NA. And at first, it was like overlapping this other plane on ADS-B Exchange that I thought maybe I had like located like one of these shifty Egyptian planes. So I started looking at it. But then the actual plane popped up on ADS-B Exchange as well. And between the data on ADS-B Exchange and the data on Flight Radar, I was able to pinpoint what this thing is a little bit, sort of. So we're going to learn a few things. And we're going to quickly jump. We're not going to get too nerdy on it. We're going to jump through these few things that we've learned to who owns this plane. Who is this plane registered to? And when you look up who this plane is registered to, you stumble across one of the largest modern drug smuggling operations that's been confirmed in recent history. So, I'm still not totally sure on the flight data here because when I first saw it, now we're over in my notes. These are just screenshots of notes because I just wanted to record what was happening when I first saw it. I first found it tracking over the Sinai Peninsula, and I took this screenshot of it just as it passed over the Gulf of Suez into Egyptian airspace, and it had no flight data on Flight Radar right there. And then around that time, this other plane registered to Egypt popped up with all this fuck you flight data all broken up. And it looked like it was in the same place, but it was two different planes. So I was like, fuck, did I just find a plane that just jumped call signs mid-flight? And I don't think that's what I did. I think this SUBVF is flying some secret Egyptian military operation with this transponder all spoofy, and it's just not showing up. On the other day, I don't know. I don't know what happened with that. Maybe it did jump call signs. Who knows? When you look at who this plane is registered to, that's maybe a possibility. I don't know. But it went through a period of time around Cairo where on Flight Radar it was showing as this NA, and on ADS-B Exchange, the only plane that seemed to be in the same locations was this totally different thing, this ATR 72600 that's registered to Egypt as SUBVF. But then, after a minute, on Flight Radar, I watched it turn to the north and not land in Cairo, and instead, it went up here over the Mediterranean, and now this is its flight track over the Mediterranean, and it's headed towards Cyprus right now. And it might land in Cyprus, or it might pass over Cyprus, I don't know. But we get some information between the two locations, okay? You're late, what's happening? We found one of the world's largest drug smuggling operations on accident, and it's just so funny and weird, and I just wanted to stream about it real quick before this plane lands, because it's currently in the air over the Mediterranean. Some of the nerdiness required here is that, can I zoom in? Sick. The type of plane we're looking at here on ADS-B Exchange shows up as a 1998 Saab 340. Okay? And on ADS-B Exchange, it's just says that its a type is SF-34, which is normal-ish, I guess. We'll come back to these full details in just a moment. On Flight Radar, though, it shows up here as a Saab 340B ISR. And ISR stands for Information Surveillance and Reconnaissance, which would usually be something that like a spy plane would have, like an intel gathering plane, right? And it's been flying kind of at lower than, low-ish altitudes. I don't know if the altitude is significant, but this is weird. It's a plane with weird data, flying over Egyptian airspace, ISR designation. So I just keep poking around, asking Claude to clarify things for me. I'm looking up other things. And I go to the aircraft details. And the operator is listed as Aircraft Guarantee Corp trustee. Okay. So, let's hop into the Claude Exchange and see what we can dig up about Aircraft Guarantee Corp trustee. And this is where shit gets weird. At first, I fed it 3 different screenshots and tried to get clarify if the two planes were the same or not. And I've learned that I cannot trust Claude on flight data. So I'm like really fucking careful with it to double check itself, tell me its degree of confidence, cite its sources if it can. And it's like, wait, these are not the same plane. And so then I honed in on this ISR designation with this Saab aircraft for a minute. We look up its hex code. And we kind of zero in more on this Saab plane. I feed it the details about who owns the plane, Aircraft Guarantee Corp trustee, and then shit gets weird. Dog.
Excuse me, what is the most amount of money you made?
I've done $27 million in the last 4 years.
And what do you do?
I sell digital pod.
So, what is Aircraft Guarantee Corp? And don't worry, we're going to get out of Claude and into actual reporting here and the actual sources in just a second. But I just want to show you the process that I went through. Aircraft Guarantee Corp, we're going to call that AGC, is a U.S. trust company that holds legal title to aircraft on behalf of foreign owners who cannot directly register aircraft with the FAA. The foreign owner, the beneficiary, remains hidden while AGC appears as the registered owner with an N-tail number. Planes registered to the name of a U.S. trust carry the N-tail number. It's a distinction that experts say carries advantages, including allowing planes to receive less scrutiny than when carrying foreign tail numbers. But check this out. The criminal case against AGC's owner. Deborah Lynn Mercer Irwin, age 60, was convicted of money laundering, wire fraud, conspiracy to manufacture and distribute cocaine, and conspiracy to manufacture and distribute cocaine knowing it would be imported into the United States. Prosecutors described Mercer Irwin's drug trafficking convictions as a landmark case, marking the first time that an aircraft trust company owner has been tried and convicted of such charges. The scale of the operation. AGC acted as trustee to over 1,000 aircrafts with foreign owners. WFAA, which was, I think, this journalistic consortium, their review found more than 1,000 registered aircraft in Onalaska, a Texas town with no airport and a population of just over 3,000. At the time of the reporting, they showed a population sign that said population 1,700. So that's one plane for every 2 people in this little town in Texas that has no airport. And I think that's what got the journalists really digging into this case over the years. What the investigation found. The investigation concluded last year, and this woman was convicted and sentenced last year. Several of the illegally registered and exported aircraft were used by transnational criminal organizations in Colombia, Venezuela, Ecuador, and Belize, and Honduras, Guatemala, and Mexico to smuggle large quantities of cocaine destined for the United States. Additional aircraft in AGC's trust were found by foreign officials destroyed or abandoned near clandestine landing strips in several South American countries. Some of these wrecked or abandoned aircraft still contained multi-ton kilos of cocaine on board. Mercer Irwin was sentenced to 16 years in federal prison in November of 2024. After her indictment, there was a large decrease in the amount of cocaine air trafficking. High-ranking Latin American officials testified that they saw drug flights fall from hundreds down to a few over a 2-day period. The number of jets carrying drugs in the Caribbean dropped 59% from 2020 to 2022. What? Dude. So this woman was operating the front company for all of the cartel's planes? If it dropped by that much, right? They saw drug flights fall from hundreds down to a few over a 2-day period. So this aircraft that we found, N441FF, is registered to Aircraft Guarantee Corp trustee, meaning the true owner is hidden, AGC holds the legal title, and AGC's owner is now in federal prison for facilitating drug trafficking through exactly this type of arrangement. Right now, the aircraft is operating in the Middle East, over the Sinai Peninsula, the Mediterranean, Egypt, with anonymized transponder data on Flight Radar 24. And the trust structure exists specifically to obscure ownership. So we dug a little deeper, and they have an active website right now with 2025 copyright. They have updated marketing claims. Now the site claims over 3,000 aircraft, which is up 1,000 or more aircrafts from the Mercer Airwin era. Their phone number is now a Houston area code instead of Oklahoma City. And it still has industry memberships. So something changed when they put the owner of this trust company in jail last year. But the founder, Connie Wood, who is an Onalaska resident, the Houston-based entities, so the new entities after the boss got put in prison, the new entity has Connie Wood and Mary Wood as directors and officers, suggesting that the original founder either retained or reacquired control of related entities. Interesting. So we don't know if this aircraft is from the drug smuggling days or if it's a new aircraft that's in this trust company recently. The trust was moved to new management, but we just don't know if this plane has anything to do with that. But it's actively flying today, which is wild. It took off from the United Arab Emirates, of all places. Interesting. So then I was like, all right, I want to learn more about this. Can you dig up a bunch of sources? Let's fucking get into this. Let's get into this. Because right now, this plane is coming into land on Cyprus. And there's a lot of military bases on Cyprus, as far as I'm aware. Cyprus is a key hub for all sorts of stuff in the Mediterranean. And it looks like we're coming into land at this airport right here. We'll see. Plane coming in. Right? Isn't that wild? So check this out. Check this out. DOJ website having trouble. In a landmark case, trust company owner convicted of drug trafficking putting U.S. registered planes in hands of cartels. Onalaska, Texas is this tiny little town. Not too far from Austin, actually. Money laundering and wire fraud in connection with a Ponzi scheme in which investors claim to have lost at least $240 million. During the trial, prosecutors told jurors that Mercer Airwin deliberately turned a blind eye to the criminal activity involving the planes she registered at her Oklahoma City-based company, Aircraft Guarantee Corp.
That's the problem with single family, is it did not scale. It would have taken me forever to buy and sell over $1 billion. And that's where I discovered multifamily. And since then, I've looked back and I've developed certain techniques and processes that have worked with scale. And they work time and time again. We actually just closed a $67 million raise. Thank you. It was for a deal that I'm actually the most proud of. It was a deal in Phoenix, Arizona called Arcadia Cove. We bought 432 units for $131.5 million. And we were the largest woman-owned transaction in the entire country last year. Thank you. Yo, I just had this crazy revelation about how to make the most amount of money with the least amount of effort in the multifamily game. Hear me out. So I'm Vina Jetty. I've sold over $1 billion of multifamily assets in my own portfolio. I know a thing or two about multifamily. And
I think it is vital for them to know exactly where these planes are, who's operating them, what's being done, Gonzalez said after the verdict. And the case stemmed from a 2019 WFAA investigation